Madam Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you so very much to our entire technical team. Good morning. Before we begin the public hearing, I will make the following announcement. Due to the continuing threat to public health from COVID-19 and the Delta variant, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, the Inquirer, the Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say just a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Co-chair Mark Squilla.
Good morning, Madam Chair and colleagues present.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
Vice Chair Alan Dom.
Good evening, everyone. Chair. Everyone has a chair.
Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Good morning. I'm present.
And I believe that is all we have for now, unless I'm missing anyone.
Thank you. This is the joint committee hearing, and technically, because we are hearing a resolution, a formal quorum is not needed according to our chief clerk, and we are going to proceed with hearing testimony because today will be a very lengthy hearing. Now this hearing is officially called to order. This is the public hearing of the Joint Committee on Law and Government and Commerce and Economic Development on resolution number 210693. Rachel, will you please read the title of the resolution?
A resolution authorizing the Committee on Law and Government and the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development to hold joint hearings to examine the relationship between public safety and the economic vitality of neighborhood commercial corridors, and further to explore any and all broad-based, neighborhood-focused, and intergovernmental public safety initiatives that have worked in the city in the past and have worked or are working in other cities.
Thank you, Rachel. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. Before I ask Rachel to call the first panel for resolution number 210693, I want to make some opening comments. So over the summer, I held a series of community-based grassroots public safety meetings throughout the 9th Councilmatic District. In addition to that, I also had a chance to travel to neighborhoods across the city to listen very carefully during community-based activities what the people of Philadelphia were saying about public safety. And then it happened. I read an op-ed in the Philadelphia Inquirer by Jabari Jones. It was entitled, West Philly Business Owners Have Lost Faith in the City to Keep Them Safe. The op-ed instantly resonated with me because it echoed the sentiments that I had been hearing from business owners, community organizations, and residents. I want to read for you a few quotes from Jabari's op-ed to kick off this hearing today, just so that we're all on the same page. In his op-ed, Jabari Jones writes, visit one of our historic commercial quarters in West Philadelphia, or any predominantly diverse community after sundown, and the sight is the same. Silver shuttered gates, dark storefronts, and empty businesses that have closed for the day. Now, on the same day, visit Center City after dark. Bars and restaurants are thriving. People of all ages stroll by storefronts, and everyone is open for business. The reason for the difference? Public safety. As explained by Jones, these public safety concerns have very real consequences on the economic vitality of neighborhood commercial quarters. He writes, businesses in Center City enjoy 3 to 5 more hours of revenue every day than those businesses in neighborhoods that close early for safety concerns. That can equal out to 25 extra hours per week. If you use a conservative estimate of $200 per hour that these businesses make in profit, it's an extra $5,000 per week that businesses in Center City make over those in neighborhoods. Black and BIPOC-owned businesses setting up shop in communities are almost immediately at a competitive disadvantage as of the day they open. As Jones so eloquently states, the reality is you can't invest in a community where business owners are afraid to set up shop or stay open, where people are afraid to go to work because they hear stories about employees becoming victims on the job, where residents are afraid to leave their homes because of violence. Before any investment is going to make a difference in the lives of residents, our city leaders need to solve our public safety crisis. Sherelle, what is your hope? My hope is that with this hearing, we can fully explore what is happening on the ground on our neighborhood commercial quarters and how it is impacting these businesses, many of which are Black and brown-owned businesses. Today, we are somewhat flipping the script in terms of our agenda with the witness list. It's a little bit different from what you may be accustomed to. We are first going to hear from the people on the ground, the neighborhood groups and the CDCs. Then we're going to hear from neighborhood businesses. And after that, we'll hear from some of our local chambers of commerce. And finally, we're going to hear from city departments and agencies, such as Commerce, Police, and the District Attorney's Office, who I hope can respond to some of what they hear earlier in the day. Now, we all know that gun violence it has not only increased in our city, it's increased across the country in cities over the past 18 months. But the fact of the matter is there are places that are addressing the issue, and they're doing it much more effectively than Philadelphia. We also know that there are broad-based, neighborhood-focused, and intergovernmental public safety initiatives like Bike Patrol and beat officers that have improved safety for neighborhood commercial quarters in the past. If we are going to address our ongoing public safety crisis, We must fully explore these initiatives and be prepared to adopt what we know that works. In preparation for this hearing, I heard, and we heard it over Zoom, we heard it in meetings in person, how businesses on neighborhood commercial corridors missed the days where they knew their corridor beat cop by name. In some cases, the beat cop would literally come in the store on a daily basis and sign a logbook. That was the book where they went to key businesses on a commercial quarter, and they would just sign in. Were they responding to a crisis, to some sort of crime? Absolutely not. They were coming in to say, hey, we're just checking on you to make sure that you're okay. During this hearing, you're also going to see me or hear me frequently say the name Eminem. Eminem. I'm not talking about candy when you hear me say that. I am referring to two legendary bike patrol officers that patrol commercial corridors in the 9th Councilmatic District. They were affectionately known as Eminem. Moody and Merchant were their names. They knew generations of families. So they not only were able to help to protect in a proactive way and prevent crime on commercial corridors, but they had true relationships with the people who lived in those neighborhoods. So if there were any challenges, people felt, confident and had a certain level of trust in Moody and Merchant, that they would share with them information that helped to prevent crime from occurring in neighborhoods. I don't know where Moody and Merchant were. They are right now. They got promotions that they clearly deserve, but we miss them in our neighborhoods. These officers were there not simply to respond to a crisis. They were there to build trust and relationships. And we've heard over and over from law enforcement and professionals that is a significant part of what we need to prevent violence. That is at the heart of community policing. And that is largely what today's hearing is about for me. Now, I don't want people trying to twist my words. It's not that I'm, necessarily saying, Sherelle, that police alone is the answer, to this gun violence challenge and or improving public safety on commercial corridors. But in no way, shape, or form am I going to allow someone else to steal the narrative that has come from the people who live in neighborhoods who have been crying out for their bike patrols to come back, who've been crying out to see their beat officers not responding to a crisis, but they're in the neighborhood building relationships. So today, we're going to listen to what we hear, but I want to be clear that I'm advocating for more community policing. And we need to understand how and why the city is currently deploying our police force. And what does that really mean for our neighborhood commercial corridors? Now, council has clearly demonstrated its commitment to police reforms, but these reforms must happen at the same time as we improve public safety overall in the city. Sherelle, what are you referencing? Need to get this on the record. What has City Council done relative to its agenda on police reform? 1, the Civilian Police Oversight Commission, championed by our whip, Councilmember Curtis Jones. Our Office of the Victim Advocate, which I was surprised had received so much pushback, but thanks to the leadership of Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson, this is now a reality in our city. This idea of ending unconstitutional stop and frisk, we for the first time gave Philadelphians the ability to weigh in on this issue, and they spoke. I was proud to introduce that initiative. The residency requirement for the police department. We passed a new law requiring that all new hires by the police department and other city hires be residents of Philadelphia for 1 year prior to hiring. to make the police force look more like the population that it is policing. I was proud to introduce this on behalf of our council president, Darrell Clark. And for the first time, this council held hearings on the FOP's contract. That was led by our colleague, Council Member Catherine Gilmore Richardson. The banning the use of chokeholds. Council passed the I Can't Breathe bill. That was Council Member Johnson. We also banned the use of less lethal ammunitions. And what did that do, and who was that led by? That was led by Council Member Helen Gim. In addition to that, additional reforms agreed to by council and the administration, and some that I am real proud to have been a strong advocate for, and that is the body-worn cameras. Also, the tasers needed so that, use of lethal force is not the first option for the police department. The transparency that is provided on the job when everyone patrolling our streets from the police department has a body-worn camera and a modern taser. Implicit bias training. Engagement, extremely important, with mental health professionals for police-assisted diversion. And support for a deputy inspector general for police-related investigations. It was important that we get that on the record, because we know that people need to feel safe, whether they're opening their store at 5 a.m. or trying to close it after the sun goes down. People need to feel secure when they're just trying to shop at their local neighborhood store. People need to feel safe when they're waiting on the bus stop on their neighborhood commercial corridor. And yes, ensuring public safety does cost money. I'll repeat that. Yes, ensuring public safety does not cost money. So when the public says, where's the bike patrol? When they say, Sherelle, where's the beat officer? That costs money, but the costs are worth it. And if we're talking about saving lives and preventing people from becoming victims and stopping crimes from being committed. And I would go on to argue that if we effectively address public safety, then the costs will pay for themselves in terms of businesses thriving and hiring more individuals, in terms of people spending more money, in terms of more tourists and visitors coming to our city, and in terms of increased revenue coming into the city's coffers that we need so badly to support programs that will, help to address generational, wealth gaps, and investing into programs and people. In closing, I want to thank you in advance to everyone who will hear from today. I look forward to hearing your on-the-ground experiences as well as any potential solutions you may have. And I just received a text message from someone who said to me, but Sherelle, council hasn't invested any dollars, into addressing, the gun violence and the crime that's plaguing our city. I need to put this on the record. $155 million was dedicated to combating gun violence in the 2022 fiscal budget. 68 million of those dollars were focused on healing and community empowerment and providing safe havens for our youth, and $20 million directly appropriated for grants and community groups, and that process is ongoing. With that being said, I want to thank each of you so very much for your patience, and I'm going to ask Rachel if she will call the first panel we have to testify this afternoon on resolution number 210693.
Yes. So the first panel is Jabari Jones, Stephanie Michelle, Shalimar Thomas, Paul Levy, Andy Toy, and Christine Kennedy.
Thank you so very much. We are going to proceed in this order. I would encourage you all, and I'm sure you will, to speak your truth and, and not allow, anyone to, attempt to redirect your messaging. With that being said, we're going to start with Jabari Jones. I see you, so you are connected, and are you ready to proceed, Jabari?
Yes, ma'am.
Please
And
state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Councilwoman, it looks like both council members Gilmore Richardson and O'Neill have now joined as well.
Oh, thank you, council members Gilmore, Richardson, and O'Neill. Thank you so very much for joining us today. Jabari, please feel free to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Absolutely. For the record, my name is Jabari Jones. I'm the president of the West Philadelphia Corridor Collaborative. Good morning, Majority Leader Parker, Chairman Squilla, and members of Philadelphia City Council. First, I would like to start by thanking Councilmember Parker for the great empathy she's shown for the business corridors of West Philadelphia by introducing this important resolution, despite not being one of our district council members. I'm also grateful for the 14 members of City Council that co-sponsored this resolution, and thank you for your empathy and foresight to recognize this as a serious citywide issue. And for the 3 members of City Council that unfortunately did not co-sponsor this resolution, I hope that by the end of my testimony and the testimony of businesses that deal with this problem every day, you will realize how important public safety is to the survival of neighborhood commercial corridors and agree that it is time to act. We are in a state of emergency. 2 weeks ago, 6 people were shot at the commercial corridor on Broad and Shoe Avenue in the middle of the day. Further back, a broad daylight shooting on Broad and Olney where a perpetrator shot into a crowd of people waiting at a transit center sparked national coverage. In West Philadelphia, a week after my op-ed was published, an armed gunman shot up a Haverford Avenue deli and injured a 1-year-old child. I think it's important to step back for a minute and inform City Council about 4 of the many stories that were brought to my attention immediately after my op-ed's publication from business owners, associations, and law enforcement. The first story is a black-owned barbershop in West Philadelphia's 3rd Councilmatic District, your district, Councilmember Gautier. The owner is an entrepreneur who did everything right. He complied with local ordinances, he pays his taxes, has invested thousands of dollars in a storefront and equipment, and runs an honest business. One day, 3 armed men walked into his business, lifted their shirts to reveal an assault firearm, and informed him that they were setting up shop in his business. They sell drugs, drink, and discuss other illegal dealings from the back of the barbershop. The owner is afraid to go to the police, partly because he believes that even if these men are arrested, the only charges that they'd face is illegal firearm possessions, which he believes that the district attorney has no focus on prosecuting. He also feels that the individuals there would be released and they would immediately retaliate on him, his business, his customers, and his family for giving them up. The second story is the story about a serial arsonist who was arrested 2 weeks ago and connected to a series of fires across both the 3rd and 4th Councilmatic districts, some of these committed in broad daylight. For a fact, he has set fire to the side of a small business and has displaced at least one family with small children. The ATF believes he's connected to over 11 incidents that have displaced over 14 people. He's taken advantage of the lack of presence and patrol in communities. Both the business owner and residents who are victims continue to feel that there is no one in this city who cares about their plight. The third story is a woman-owned deli on a major commercial corridor in the 2nd Councilmatic District in Southwest Philadelphia. She recognizes the crowd of people that congregate outside her deli every day as drug dealers. They gather there regularly, taking advantage of a lack of presence and patrol. She has seen the effects of their presence on her revenue, as every day that they are present, her revenue drops. Simply by being there, these drug dealers drive away customers. The people in the community know these individuals. They recognize them as the folks in their neighborhood that cause all of the problems. And so, they cross the street to avoid them, and they decide to get their sandwiches, chips, and soda somewhere else. The final story is a woman-owned pizza shop. Similar to the first, a crowd of individuals with illegal firearms take the same back table in the shop. They use it as a meeting place and are bold enough to have meetings with firearms openly displayed on the table as they talk. They feel that because there's no presence of law enforcement, no one walking in and checking on these businesses on a regular basis, that they don't have to worry about consequences. The owner is petrified, but out of concern for her staff and customers is afraid to usher them out of the store. She sees lost revenue as potential customers walk in, see who's sitting in the back, and decide to leave without making a purchase. Out of respect for the confidentiality of these businesses and the sources that have shared these stories with me, I will not reveal the identity of these companies. But I want you to know these stories so you understand the seriousness of the issue that we are facing in neighborhoods. I also want to be clear that the perpetrators in these stories and others are taking advantage of the lack of presence, the lack of law enforcement capacity to patrol these areas and remain in contact with these businesses. Without this presence, business owners are left at the mercy of those that would take advantage of them. In my op-ed, I focused on businesses that were losing revenue because they had to close at nightfall. But now I've learned that many of these businesses and communities feel the consequences of crime and lawlessness even during the day. These are problems that Center City businesses do not face. You've never been to a Center City restaurant where individuals meet openly armed with guns, where there's an open-air drug market in front of a storefront, or arson runs unchecked. During both the day and night, the perception of Center City from businesses and residents is that that part of the city is safe. The combination of a police presence, uniformed officers of the Center City District, and lighting gives people the confidence that the area is safe to shop. And as they shop, the crowds created by customers deters violence. Potential perpetrators who don't want to be seen will avoid those areas and businesses can flourish. In West Philadelphia, it's the total opposite. The lack of police presence, along with widely advertised stories of crime, makes consumers feel it is unsafe to shop and businesses feel that it's unsafe to be open. This leads to no crowds on commercial corridors, and perpetrators feel emboldened that they can go unseen committing certain acts. Additionally, a lack of a strong, tangible statement from the city that individuals will be held accountable for these activities encourages offenders to commit crimes. And so our businesses in neighborhoods close after the sun goes down, leaving on the table between 3 and 5 extra hours of business and profit. As there are some who have recently vocally expressed disagreement with me and believe that the answer to our city's gun violence issues lies only in programs and specific anti-poverty initiatives, I would like to offer a retort in the form of some simple math. Stay with me. If you took an estimate of $200 per hour that a small business in a neighborhood could make in profit by not closing early, and they were able to reclaim those 5 hours each day, it would equate to giving these businesses an extra $1,000 in profit per day. That equates to $5,000 in a 5-day work week. That $5,000 per week multiplied by 52 weeks in a year could help a business generate $260,000 a year in extra profit. With $260,000 a year, a business could create 4 new jobs at $50,000 a year plus benefits. Along my commercial corridors in West Philadelphia alone, we have over 2,000 individual small businesses. But let's use the 2,000 as a conservative number. If each one of our 2,000 companies was able to create 4 new jobs, it would create 8,000 new family-sustaining jobs instantly. And with the current wage tax rate sitting at 3.84%, these jobs in West Philly alone could generate over $15 million in net new wage tax revenue for our city. That's money that could be sent to our schools, improve our roads, and fund services for victims. And if these same numbers and trends held true for other neighborhood corridors outside of West Philadelphia, places like Erie Avenue, Rising Sun Avenue, Kensington Avenue, Lehigh Avenue, we could lower our poverty rate significantly, and we could cut our current 6.4% unemployment rate in half. All of this would come from the city providing what I see as a fundamental right, the right to feel safe in the communities that we live, work, and play. The zip code of a business's place of business should not determine the maximum revenue they can generate, how many people they can hire, and how long they can stay open. I am asking you, the members of this body of Philadelphia City Council to take action. It's time to bring the same public safety investments that ensure visitors and businesses feel safe in Center City to all of Philadelphia's neighborhood commercial corridors. Through investment in community policing and presence, we can restore the faith of our businesses and residents that it is once again safe to shop in neighborhoods after nightfall. Thank you, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jabari, so very much for your testimony. We're going to hear from the entire panel, and after we've heard from everyone on this panel, we'll then open it up for questions from our colleagues. Does Stephanie Michelle ever? Okay, I see her. She is. Stephanie, I see that you are connected. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Councilwoman Parker. My name is Stephanie Michelle, and I'm the Executive Director of the North 5th Street Revitalization Project. Good morning, Council. I'm here to testify on Resolution 210693. My organization, the North 5th Street Revitalization Project, manages the North 5th Street Commercial Corridor in Alany, and is also expanding to the Broad and Alany Business District. Our commercial corridor radiates from its center at 5th and Alany, south to 5th and Roosevelt Boulevard, and north up to 5th and Godfrey, covering over a 1.5 mile stretch and home to over 370 active small businesses. North 5th Street is a vibrant pedestrian public transit main street, serving the diverse Alany community. We're truly thankful to have the amazing Councilwoman Sherelle Parker as our councilperson, as she consistently advocates and supports our work on North 5th Street and in Alany. Have a good day and be safe. The most casual farewell amongst neighbors, strangers, business owners with their customers, cleaning ambassadors with passerbys, now includes a genuine hope of care and safety. Philadelphia is bleeding from all sides. Communities all across this city of neighborhoods are hurting. And I commend Council for taking this time to hear from the people on the ground doing the work amidst this senseless suffering. This past week, while on a call discussing community safety, a loving Alany neighbor shared that there is an actual desire amongst residents for support and partnership with law enforcement and those employed to keep our communities safe. Everyone wants to feel safe at home. More importantly, people want to enjoy their home. There's a sense of ease, comfort, trust, beauty, and safety at home. Our neighborhood is our home, yet many lack that sense of ease, comfort, trust, beauty, and safety. The key to making a place feel like home is fixing what is broken, putting furniture into it, decorating it, investing in it, pouring your love and style into it. And local leaders, stakeholders, community development organizations all want to make our neighborhoods feel like home, but we need help. The anti-violence prevention grant that was rolled out this past summer was a start to what we hope to see as a consistent opportunity to ensure actual dollars getting into the hands of leaders, business owners, and others doing the work in the community and fighting to get our streets back. My first recommendation to Council includes investing more in the departments and organizations that offer tangible, positive changes. We ask for unwavering, sustainable, accessible funding to community groups on the ground working to create that peace in our homes, in our neighborhoods. Then we can holistically address safety with visibility and support from bike patrol and beat officers. Not intimidation or interrogation, but safety with visibility and support. Building on relationships, getting to know the names of business owners and community members. Secondly, with that invitation of bike patrol and beat officers, I recommend creating a true structure of accountability that reflects the community. Neighbors want to feel supported and seen. And so with this investment in public safety, the ask is to keep neighbors at the forefront with the ability to have any concerns addressed immediately. Lastly, I recommend neighbors and businesses have the ability to consistently evaluate this investment in public safety with adjustments made when necessary. Our hope is to create a neighborhood, a home that is whole with a sense of ease, comfort, trust, beauty, and safety. And we hope that with this resolution, that may be a step in that direction. I'll close with this quote from Nelson Mandela. May your choices reflect your hopes and not your fears. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the end.
Thank you, Stephanie Michelle, for your testimony. Okay, I see Shalimar Thomas is with us. Shalimar, can you state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Absolutely. Good morning. My name is Shalimar Thomas, and I'm the Executive Director for the Northborough Renaissance. Good morning to the members of the Committees on Law and Government and Commerce and Economic Development, and thank you for allowing me to testify on Resolution 210693. Northborough Renaissance operates from City Hall to Butler Street. That's 4 miles, 8 zip codes, more than 1,300 businesses, and more than 40,000 residents impacted by our efforts to support community vibrancy, safety, and the overall quality of life for all who live, work, and play. In the past months, Northborough businesses, like so many other parts of the city, have seen an increase in criminal activities. As we know, this violence is turning into an epidemic that jeopardizes the health, mental health, and safety of our community. It also creates a huge economic burden and can lead to loss of wages of families impacted, negatively impact the inability of businesses to stay open late, and hurt our chances to attract businesses to an area. In preparing for this hearing, I reached out to our businesses to survey their top safety concerns along the corridor and present strategies to prevent and reduce violence. They include the following: an overall improved partnership between the police and the community that includes the increase of beat and/or bike police to engage with the corridor on a regular basis and build trust. The hiring of security ambassadors for the corridor to provide a sense of safety and who can serve as a liaison to local police districts. Improved monitoring of police live cameras and information on how to use them to deter crime and solve crimes. Resources to support overall pedestrian safety in partnership with other community revitalization efforts. Based on the research, these solutions fall in line with what other cities and agencies see as a solution to reducing violence. In fact, the U.S. Department of Justice recently released a memo regarding comprehensive strategies for reducing violence. It indicated that meaningful law enforcement engagement with accountability to community are essential foundations of any effective strategy to address violent crimes. It goes on to state that distrust hampers the department's ability to work collaboratively with those most affected by violent crime to build a culture of respect for the law and to be meaningful partners with community leaders. In addition, the National Institute of Justice report on solving crime problems in residential neighborhoods highlighted an initiative done by Genesis Park in Charlotte, North Carolina. This high crime inner city neighborhood was plagued by many of the things we see in Philadelphia. After successfully completing community revitalization efforts, a community policing program was put in place to address problems of disorder and crime. The result was a 74% decrease in crime in a 1-year period. Overall, we understand that among other things, because we absolutely realize that resolution to this will require multiple strategies. But we understand that this will need equitable investment, attention to reform, and public-private partnerships to work. Thank you again for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Shalimar, so very much for your testimony. Okay, I see Paul Levy is here with us. Paul Levy, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Paul Levy. I'm president of the Center City District and really pleased to join you here this morning. I want to thank you, Councilwoman Parker and Councilman Squilla and other members of the Committees of Law and Government and Committee on Economic Development for convening this hearing to examine the relationship between public safety and the economic vitality of our commercial corridors. I also want to share experiences of ours for the last 30 years that I think can be very applicable to neighborhoods across the city. Let me start with a simple assertion. If we don't address public safety issues in our neighborhoods, in downtown, and in University City, we will not recover from the full economic impact of this pandemic. We currently have a huge job deficit. 123,400 jobs were lost in Philadelphia during the first 2 months of the pandemic in 2020. We've restored 52,500, or 43% of those lost jobs. That means we are still 70,900 jobs short of where we were in February 2020. And even at that time, our shortage of jobs left us as the highest poverty rate of the 10 largest American cities. Clean and safe is the essential foundation on which we build jobs and businesses. Customers, visitors, and residents return to corridors that are clean, safe, well-lit, and lively, and their recurring purchases and activity allows businesses to open, stay open in the evening, grow, and hire. This is applicable to every part of the city, as you've started to hear and you will hear throughout this hearing today. While there's been very appropriate and necessary attention to the tragic epidemic of gun violence in some of our neighborhoods, I'm here to say, sadly, that the concerns about crime and safety and basic quality of life issues are a citywide challenge, not only impacting our neighborhoods and commercial corridors across the city, but also Center City and University City, which account for 53% of all jobs in the city. Retail theft knows no neighborhood boundary. It is a citywide epidemic. We should not juxtapose downtown and neighborhoods. We should improve services and safety everywhere. We need to recognize that police staffing levels are lower than they should be, and as we reform policing, we need to restaff, and I want to talk about ways we can do that. For 30 years, the Center City District has worked in partnership with the City of Philadelphia and with the full support of City Council. In addition to our sidewalk cleaners, the CCD is deployed 7 days a week, uniformed, unarmed, public safety and hospitality staff who patrol in the day and evening on defined footbeats throughout Center City and serve as a cross between a professional town watch and a walking hotel concierge. They carry no weapons. They have no authorization to use force. They are eyes and ears not only for the police, but for the streets department and L&I, reporting problems to the appropriate agency to ensure that they get addressed. They aim to create a secure, well-managed, and welcoming environment for everyone. We call them community service representatives, or CSRs, with the emphasis on service. Their visible presence on the street is a deterrent to crime and a source of information for residents, workers, and visitors. They speak multiple languages. The basic requirements for the job are a high school degree or equivalent, 2 years of college or 2 years of work experience in a related field such as tourism, hospitality, retail, and security, but most importantly, outstanding customer service and excellent interpersonal skills. We look for people who like to talk to and help other people. Some of our CSRs work in partnership in the co-delivery service model with Project Home and CIT trained police officers, helping to connect unhoused people on our street with services and housing. We are hiring right now. The starting salary is $33,280 plus full benefits plus tuition reimbursement. Many CSRs have been with us for 10 years, 20, and even one is for 30 years at this point. So their compensation grows over time. But others leave with college degrees that they've earned with the tuition reimbursement program and move on to other jobs. Like our sidewalk cleaners, CSRs come from neighborhoods across the city. In my written testimony, I've included 2 maps showing where our 50 CSRs and 100 sidewalk cleaners come from. They come from virtually every neighborhood in the city. Now, as a business improvement district, we have the benefit of assessing high-value downtown real estate. It is not realistic to expect most commercial corridors in places outside of Center City and University City to generate the revenues locally to afford a service like this beyond the basic commitment they are all making to cleaning, marketing, and assisting small business. But the city, you and City Council can help. Most of you are quite familiar with the Police Explorer Cadet Program, designed to introduce young adult men and women 14 to 20 years of age to careers in public safety. Let me describe how similar programs in Boston and Chicago may provide models for us for expanding what we do in Philadelphia and for rebuilding the ranks of our police department with local residents. Chicago's Police Cadet Program is aimed at a slightly older demographic, individuals 18 to 21 who are enrolled in an accredited college or university that grants an AA or BA degree. This is a paid position. Cadets are given rotating assignments with flexible hours so they can attend college classes while working with the Chicago Police Department. It is a very effective way to attract local residents into the police department while helping to fill the many vacant administrative positions that we have within our own department. Without realizing it, most of you already know about the benefits of this program. A very young man named Charles Ransby became a Chicago police cadet at age 18 before joining the police department in Chicago in 1971. We know about his career, including serving here in Philadelphia. Boston has a similar program aimed at young adults 18 to 25 who must have a high school diploma or GED. Boston gives their cadets temporary assignments in their districts and headquarters. Cadets take part in training and in community policing to interact with citizens and businesses in Boston. They aim to refine important qualities in these staff, including maturity, responsibility, teamwork, and leadership. Their starting salary is around $29,000 with benefits. Both of these programs, as well as our CSR program, work in partnership with the police. They emphasize community policing and community partnerships, serving, supporting, and assisting the neighborhoods and their businesses in their cities. They are training models for police as guardians, not warriors, an essential redefinition of public safety we need to commit to in Philadelphia. So we need to rethink policing and expand the recruitment of new candidates to public safety careers. There are many things that can and should be done by well-armed, untrained professionals. But the most effective models in Philadelphia are those that partner well-trained police with mental health, drug and alcohol, and homeless outreach workers and civilians. SEPTA is doing that, CCD is doing that, the Philadelphia Police Department are doing that. We need to blend a focus on public safety with well-crafted alternatives to incarceration. This is essential to economic recovery and prosperity. We have the opportunity to do this in Philadelphia. We need to budget to do this in Philadelphia. Safety and economic recovery go hand in hand. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Paul Levy, so very much for your testimony. I see you, Andy Toy. Andy, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Councilman. My name is Andy Toy, and I am the Policy Director for the Philadelphia Association of Community Development Corporations, or PACDC. And good morning, Chairwoman Parker and Chairman Squilla and esteemed colleagues. Thank you for holding this important hearing, and thanks to Rachel Meadows for herding us cats. I'm here to testify on behalf of PACDC and the many CDCs and organizations we represent who support and manage commercial corridors in diverse neighborhoods across the city. PACDC regularly convenes commercial corridor working group meetings and is also facilitating a problem-solving learning lab focused on addressing the impact of nuisance businesses and activities on commercial corridors. As you know, neighborhood businesses have been impacted by the pandemic, by last year's social unrest, and now by the gun violence that has jumped in our city. We agree that there needs to be a longer-term investment in jobs, education, skills training, and entrepreneurship, but there also have to be shorter-term positive signs from the city for many of our neighborhood corridors and businesses who are just really hanging on right now. We appreciate the additional funds for corridor cleaning, thank you, Councilwoman Parker, and security cameras allocated by City Council for FY22, but more needs to be done. What we hear is that businesses and residents around neighborhood corridors are fearful. As Jabari Jones points out, there are fewer businesses open after dark in neighborhoods, and that causes a downward spiral that results in less foot traffic in the evening, creating an even less safe environment. We know there is no one or easy solution, but the status quo is definitely not the answer. We have seen when beat cops who have and are trained in people skills are given the time to build relationships and trust within the community, especially on commercial corridors, it can make a significant difference. These relationships at the street level are impactful in building a sense of security and discouraging negative behaviors. As an example, along the South 7th Street commercial corridor, where I had previously worked, the captain was able to assign a Cambodian officer for times who can better communicate with many of the businesses and residents who live there. Even so, open air drug dealing and prostitution happens all day, and that continues today, even with Councilman Squilla being very supportive of trying to help with that issue. Along with additional beat officers, we can use more bike patrols in neighborhoods. Bike officers generally interact better with community than those driving through in their patrol cars. And while we all believe mass incarceration is not an answer, there needs to be consequences for violent behavior and for those who threaten the fabric of our society. And the whole criminal justice system, not just the police, need to solve this working together. Other improvements that have proven effective are related to crime prevention through environmental design, or CEPTED, as some of you may know, which includes better lighting, fewer isolated areas, more security cameras, and additional upstairs residential units that provide more eyes and ears on the street. Some of these are relatively inexpensive measures, while some will require greater long-term investments. Our CDC members and many others are allied in recognizing the problem and supporting these ideas and other solutions to make our communities safer and better for all who live, work, and frequent them. Given the magnitude of the challenge, we were surprised to see only $3.8 million in funding for neighborhood small business programs allocated in the $100 million per year budget, year one budget for the new Neighborhood Preservation Initiative. We think this should be doubled to $7.6 million, since it will encompass direct grants and loans to BIPOC and historically disadvantaged businesses, as well as key investments in neighborhood commercial corridors, including commercial real estate acquisition. Otherwise, the allocation will be depleted very quickly given all of the needs across the city to improve safety and the attractiveness of our corridors and to assist small businesses. Thank you for allowing us to comment on this, and we appreciate your leadership.
Thank you so very much, Andy and the PACDC, for your testimony. Christine Kennedy, are you with us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Christine. Christine, state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Yes. Hi, my name is Christine Kennedy, and I am the Executive Director of the Northern Liberties Business Improvement District. I'm here today representing the BID Association of Philadelphia. Good morning, council members, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. We appreciate the opportunity to address you and to provide testimony regarding Resolution 210693, which intends to examine the relationship between public safety and the economic vitality of neighborhood commercial corridors. I come to you today on behalf of the Philadelphia BID Alliance, a cooperative network of 15 business improvement districts across the city of Philadelphia, who in total represent approximately 10,000 businesses in Philadelphia, not counting the 6,000 businesses located in the core of downtown. We applaud your efforts to explore any and all public safety initiatives and are committed to assisting in any way possible to improve the public safety of our communities, neighborhoods, commercial corridors, patrons, owners, and workers. The restoration of public safety is essential to economic recovery in all neighborhoods throughout the city. We understand the challenges that are facing this city and other cities across the nation in the public safety realm. But locally, our business owners are expressing their concerns and fears that deteriorating conditions are directly impacting their businesses. We fully support efforts to address the serious gun violence problem and other forms of crime that are plaguing Philadelphia. In fact, both violent and nonviolent crimes delay and negatively impact economic recovery and jobs in the city. Many stores are reducing their hours of operations and closing before dark. Many owners are frustrated and disturbed by unanswered 911 calls and delayed or non-responsiveness to their 911 calls should they get through to report a situation. Small businesses and large ones as well are experiencing significant increase in retail theft and shoplifting. Similarly, restaurants are seeing an increase in dine and dash situations, which not only hurts the business bottom line, but also potentially puts staff and workers in harm's way through confrontational incidents. Some suggested resources could include the establishment of a standing dedicated working group between the Philadelphia Police Department, the Department of Commerce, and the commercial corridor management organizations to work on public safety issues across districts. Dedicated community-focused patrols, bicycle or foot patrols, on commercial corridors. The new public safety enforcement officers, which have yet to be implemented. Funding for security ambassador programs, as well as programs like the Police Explorers program, or any initiative that will recruit new police officers, including the re-examination of any barriers to recruitment of personnel. Similar to the above, a renewed emphasis on community policing, where the police become connected to the community through outreach, attending community meetings, beat patrols that build relationships with businesses and neighbors, and neighborhood watch trainings. Resources to deal with homeless, mental health, or substance abuse issues on commercial corridors. Traffic speed enforcement. ATV, dirt bike, illegal street vehicles create a dangerous, reckless, and unsafe environment for pedestrians, workers, and patrons. Increased police presence or deployment on commercial corridors in areas around the time or hours after school's dismissed for the day. Improved monitoring of on-street live cameras. Improved lighting in commercial corridors and foot beat patrols to increase visibility and pedestrian safety in evenings. More resources in addressing and closing down of nuisance businesses. More emphasis on the enforcement of existing nuisance business law. A dedicated team with additional personnel to do nighttime enforcement of L&I and nuisance business regulations. We know the city's resources are challenged, but we also know that the city has received substantial sums from the American Rescue Plan for 2023 and 2024, and suggests that by increasing the commitment to community-oriented public safety programs now, you can ensure that we will have a stronger restoration of jobs in 2021 and 2022, which will restore the city's own tax revenues. Thank you again for letting me speak today.
Thank you so very much, Christine, for your testimony. I'm going to just remind my colleagues, any who have questions for members of this panel, to alert us by just typing that in the chat, if you will, and if you cannot, just raise your hand, and I'm going to do my best to see you if you raise your hand, but if you type it in the chat, that's much easier. Before we proceed with the questions, I want to say this, and I want to be very clear because I've seen this happen on a number of occasions. We will not allow anyone to hijack the messaging of this hearing. A holistic approach to criminal justice reform in the city of Philadelphia is something that I've seen each and every member of the City Council of Philadelphia embrace. However, acting as if any conversation about enhancing public safety, particularly using community policing, you've heard over and over again that people want those beat officers back in the neighborhood who literally got a chance to know the community, that people want those bike patrols back, like Eminem, that would go into those businesses and sign the log. That is needed, and I want every Philadelphian listening to this hearing to know that you should not allow anyone to guilt or shame you because you desire to have community policing as a tool in our toolbox to address the issue of public safety in neighborhoods across our city. In addition to that, we also need to note this from the benefit of all of our colleagues, or for the benefit of them. Whenever we find that a police officer doing anything in the department is misusing and or abusing the authority provided to them when they take a job to protect and serve us. We need to address it head on. We need to get them out of our department. But with that being said, every police officer in the city of Philadelphia is not Derek Chauvin. Let me say that again. Every police officer in the city of Philadelphia is not Derek Chauvin. And we work to make sure that that can happen by having more M&Ms, bike patrolling, along with walking the beat. With that being said, I want to call on my colleague, Councilmember Councilman Chairman of the Commerce Committee, Councilmember and Councilmember Squilla. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think what we heard today, it's real important that as you listen through the concerns of all our commercial corridors, and it to me, when Jabari had said about the fear of the people, the businesses having to close early because of unsafe conditions, and then the fear also of being able to then give information to the authorities in order to keep those places safe. There's some of the things that have been created through some of our own actions. And I think, as council members, we have to look at that, because the commercial corridors are safer when they're open longer, because more people are frequenting them and you have more eyes on the street and more people around. And if we're forcing people to close because they don't feel safe, we're actually doing ourselves a disservice of making that corridor safer. And, and I understand, we have camera programs, the Safe Cam programs, we have storefront improvement programs, and they're all well and good. But unless we're going to make sure that we have eyes on the street beside people who are just walking up and down, and we have people who can coordinate and collaborate with these businesses, we're really making it very difficult for these corridors to survive. And what you said about police reform, and we support police reform, but we also need to meet people where they are in their challenges, but we also need enforcement of whether it's a quality of life crime or people with guns going into businesses and threatening them, or people afraid to have a business because those people are out front of their establishment and people are afraid to go in. We need to have both. We need to have outreach for folks who are in challenge times and have a ability to get services that we can help them with. But the people who do not want those services and the people we reach out to, we need to have enforcement. And then that enforcement needs to go along with the commercial corridors, so they feel like if they do call, that there are some people out there to protect them. And until we do that, we are not going to see a change in this behavior, and we're going to continue to go down this road of making excuses for people who commit crimes time after time, and who don't want to accept the help that we're offering them. So, this is a challenge, but I think we're heading, this conversation is very important right now. We're heading in the right direction by just talking about it. And yes, we will get some backlash from some other folks about bringing this up. But it's really important to keep this at the forefront, and it has to be a priority not only of council, but a priority of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Squilla. And I want you to know I listened attentively, particularly when Andy Toy, who is now with PACDCs, but he talked about the work that you did when he was on the commercial corridor. And responsible for a specific region in your councilmatic district. So thank you so very much, Chairman Squilla. Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson, I know you were on a tour, I think, with our Commerce Director, Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson. So we want to acknowledge the council member for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank you for this hearing, but for your important work on neighborhood commercial corridors down through the years. This is not a new issue for you. This is something that you have been focused on to really help the quality of life in our communities across the city of Philadelphia. So I want to thank you for all of your work. I listened very closely to the testimony, particularly that of Jabari and that of Andy Toy and also Paul Levy. And I know that my office, we have been working with a number of the newsstands in the Center City area who have also stated they have been besieged and are unable to stay open past a certain hour, or they close at certain hours and reopen for an additional hour or two and then close again. So those are all of the issues that we have been really challenged with, not just from the pandemic, but I think the number one issue that we are faced with in the city of Philadelphia, and that is public safety. So I wanted to go back and drill down on some of this, Jabari, because you had referenced the op-ed several times, and I did read your op-ed, and thank you for your continued service. But I wanted to ask you specifically about what the data is showing with unemployment and how gun violence and unemployment are highly correlated in our communities, particularly the area that you represent. And you're someone who works very, very closely with the corridors, with the businesses that are on your corridors. So I wanted to ask you this, and I'll say selfishly, to figure out how we can better create a pipeline for these neighborhood-based jobs. So what are some of the ways you think we could build more pipelines from our schools to these neighborhood-based jobs? And how do you think we can better connect small businesses on these corridors to workforce development providers? And then what other opportunities do you see for us to help connect young people to employment opportunities in these communities? And I'll tell you, it is a selfish question because it's about workforce development, but I do think it's important for us to create this pipeline for young people in our communities, because we know, as my grandmother used to say, idle mind is the devil's workshop. So I ask you those questions.
Of course, of course. Thank you, Councilwoman. For your questions, and also for the words of support and encouragement for the work that we've been doing in West Philadelphia. I will say that one of the things that I think is extremely important is ensuring that the jobs created by our small businesses in neighborhoods continue to have opportunities for young people, especially the young people that live in those surrounding communities. And we've noticed in West Philadelphia through our data that small businesses along our commercial corridors are 85% more likely to hire from the surrounding community than larger corporate retail or big box stores. And so it's very important. I think one of the things that we can immediately start to work on once we can address this safety issue, because one of the things that we all know is that no matter what jobs are available, parents are not going to be feeling comfortable or safe with sending their kids to a job on a commercial corridor where there's these continuous crime issues. But once those issues are addressed, I think there's opportunity for business associations, for business improvement districts, and some of the smaller chambers to actually adopt schools in those communities or along those commercial corridors to organize the job opportunities and the hiring opportunities that those businesses may have, whether they be part-time, whether they be seasonal, or whether they be longer-term jobs or after-school jobs. Post those jobs in these schools so that students and the guidance counselors are armed with that information. So a student walks in and says, hey, I'm looking for a weekend job that I can work Saturdays from 12 to 5. That counselor has a relationship with their business association, with their chamber, that they can say, here are some jobs that are available that might fit for that student's individual schedule. And then from a workforce development component, I think that having our businesses a little bit more in lockstep with the school board and other educators to figure out some of the soft skills that those schools may be able to help develop, whether that's co-curricular or extracurricular, that will help them be more competitive in the workplace when it comes to being hired from these companies.
Well, that was very, very helpful, and I was taking copious notes there. I wanted to ask you a second question relative to the reentry program and the tax credit. Have you heard of any barriers for businesses on your corridors who want to or have taken advantage of the reentry program tax credits?
Yeah, so the feedback that I have towards that is that our businesses have continuously given this feedback that that program, like so many other tax incentive programs in the city, are extremely cumbersome for businesses to be able to navigate. And so that, we have a lot of businesses that have gone ahead and employed returning citizens, that they've made this commitment and this investment in reducing recidivism, because they believe that that's another important tool that can be used to curb down violence on commercial corridors and in neighborhoods. But they've just gone ahead and did it. They feel that, the city incentive, although it sounds great on paper, for the average small company that doesn't have somebody on staff who specifically has the expertise to fill out those kinds of forms, they just don't get it done.
Got it. Okay, I think that's an area of potential improvement for us on the city side. And Madam Chair, if possible, I just have two additional questions. One for Paul Levy regarding the Police Explorers program, and then I could defer the remainder for the next panel, if that's okay with you. Okay, thank you very, very much. So, Paul, you had talked about the Police Explorers program, and my staff and I, we went to visit the Police Explorers program this summer for our staff retreat, and we have follow-up activities that we are working on with them. I think it's an excellent program, but you know that due to the age requirement for application with the Philadelphia Police Department, some of the young people who participate in the program can't apply to be an officer until some years later. So I just wanted to know, have you all explored an opportunity with the Explorers to bring in some of them for your CSR program as a pipeline feeder until they can apply for the Philadelphia Police Department? Because we know we have a lot of challenges around recruitment right now. We need more officers, and I hear from a number of areas across the city. I just visited with, 5th PD, the 5th District. So we know we have a challenge with recruitment right now and ensuring that we have enough officers on the beat. But as a help to that program, have you all considered working with the Explorers for the CSR program?
Before I answer that, yeah, thank you. Before I answer that question, I just want to point out that both Boston and Chicago have a higher age category, and I'm strongly recommending that we look at our cadet program and extend it to age 21, 22, or 23. And again, the idea is people who are ready to be employed full-time, who can fill administrative as well as civilian public safety functions while getting college credit. So I urge you to look at, I provided links for both Chicago and Boston, because I think they have a broader group of people they're seeking. And as I said, our former commissioner, Chuck Ramsey, came through that program. As to your first question, yes, and we are actually right at this moment recruiting, and we will reach out to the cadets at this moment. So I thank you for that reminder, because we're out there right now. But again, I think, to me, the big message here, which I'm really glad Councilwoman Parker has led this effort, the focus on public safety clearly has to go hand in hand with social services and addressing employment, but we need to budget more for public safety. We need to budget more for community policing, and certainly that's the intent of my testimony, to say we shouldn't be intimidated. As the councilwoman says, we ought to be looking at a two-handed approach. We're helping people and we're providing public safety. That's essential for the vitality of the city.
No, absolutely, and completely agree. I think the Explorers program is a very important pipeline to employment in the Philadelphia Police Department, which we know we need at this point. So I thank you very, very much for your testimony, and we will follow up with the Explorers again and look forward to continuing to work with you. Madam Chair, I'll defer my additional questions for the next panel so we can talk about drug paraphernalia and enforcement of these nuisance businesses on commercial corridors. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, and particularly for your leadership in that area. You know, that's been a thorn, and on our corridors for so long. Listen, this question is for each and every one of you who were on this first panel, and I want you to answer. I just want you to know the order in which you spoke. Jabari, Stephanie Michelle, Shalimar, Paul Levy, Andy Toy, and Christine. What we're talking about here is that the city of Philadelphia should be making an investment from a public safety perspective and a community policing perspective on our neighborhood commercial corridors. When you are thriving, you contribute more to the city, more to the economic pie. When you contribute more through your business to the economic pie, the city of Philadelphia has more revenue to dedicate to services, programs, and people who need help the most. This is an investment that if we make it, we know that there will be a huge return on that investment. With that being said, I want each of you to respond to this question because it's going to come up. The city is already doing enough to invest in our neighborhood-based small businesses and on our commercial corridors, and we shouldn't be investing more on our neighborhood commercial corridors or in public safety. That investment should be going in other areas where we'll see a greater return on investment. Jabari, we'll start with you. What's your response to that question?
Councilwoman, I would say there is no greater return on any investment than seeing a reduction in crime, intimidation, and shootings. I would say that when and one of the things that I said in my testimony in terms of the return that public safety can generate is not a long-term return. It's a return that can be realized relatively quickly. It's an initiative that pays for itself as businesses thrive and contribute more in tax revenue, and it also supports the reduction in additional economic challenges that our city has, like our poverty rate and our unemployment rate, because these businesses will be able to hire, they'll be able to hire family-sustaining jobs that will be able to continue to negatively to push down our poverty and unemployment rates.
Thank you, Jabari. Stephanie Michelle.
I would say there's no investment like investing in your home. Absolutely. When you care for a place, when you reside in a place, you want to make sure that you can maintain and sustain it. And so investing in these public safety, investing in commercial corridors, that's investing in the place where people lay their head down at night, where they go to get their groceries, where they want to feel safe and feel secure in order to enjoy work, play in their communities. And so I think there's never anything wrong with investing in that place.
Shalimar Thomas.
I would tell those individuals who are saying that, and if it's okay, then you go move in those areas with your families, and you go and spend the night at Broad Germantown and area after dark, and you send your kids to those neighborhood schools, and you go ahead and you enjoy the neighborhood that you think is so well invested since it's okay.
Oh, Shalimar. She almost started a whole nother panel here. I'm just going to keep it right there. Paul Levy, just let me give you a super shout out here. Great addition on with Prima. Talk about neighborhoods and connected to neighborhoods. I don't know how you got her, but we should have stole her and got her before you did, but she's awesome.
Well, my question is, did your son and her son's team win yesterday? I didn't ask Prima yesterday. I know you were at a baseball game together. Did they win?
Yes.
All right.
No, we didn't. But tell
okay.
Answer these people who says that this kind of investment is for naught and we should be invested in other things aside from this.
Well, look, I think the Center City District is proof of the fact that people will invest in this for 30 years. Businesses have agreed to pay extra over what they're giving to the city for clean and safe, for good lighting, for marketing. That's happening with every business improvement district. So this is something that people want. And again, I really commend you for saying this is not either or. It's both and. Health, safety, investment, and public safety at the same time. Two-handed approach is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Toy, what's your response?
Yeah, just to riff on what Shalimar was saying, I think we know that corridors are essential to good neighborhoods and quality of life. It's bigger than just the corridor itself. It's part of the whole community. And they provide jobs and business opportunities, as Jabari said. And we can't forget that funding is limited, and we actually ran out of camera funding last year. So we know that there's not enough funding going there. So we do definitely need to increase that number.
Thank you. Christine?
Yes. So, neighborhood small business is the cornerstone of the economy. It's where most jobs come from. And we need to support those people, and they have choices. Shoppers have choices, residents have choices, business owners have choices, and our competition is, you know, it's not just neighborhood to neighborhood, it's the greater Philadelphia area, it's other states, you know, it's the suburbs. And if we want to kind of keep the progress that the city has made over the last 20 years, the growth in residents, the growth in the economy, we have to continue to make investments to make people feel safe enough to stay here.
Thank you, Christine. If Council President Clark is listening now, because you talked about people staying here, in his craw is the 30,000 Black people who have left the city of Philadelphia. So those who have the ability to leave can and will. So thank you so much for putting that on the record. Now I want to turn to my colleague for questions, Councilmember Alan Dime, who has long been committed to issues associated with our neighborhood-based commercial quarters. Councilmember Dime.
Thank you, Chairman Squilla, for having this meeting today. I want to thank all the participants for your testimony. We will go back to 4 years ago.
Excuse me, Councilmember Dom, speak up for me if you can.
All right, can you hear me any better now?
Oh, much better, much better.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to 4 years ago. The Inquirer did a survey. What was the #1 issue in Philadelphia? Public safety. And look, Jabari, I appreciate the editorial you wrote. I'm 100% in agreement. But that's a symptom of a bigger problem. The biggest problem in the city right now is, do I feel safe living in Philadelphia? Period. And that affects our schools. It affects all businesses. It affects all neighborhoods. What we need to do is work together with all of our law enforcement, with the public, with the businesses. They all need to come together to challenge this. And I will say that I think the other piece of this is that we have a lot of open positions right now. And we need to figure out how to fill those positions, whether it's in the police department, fire department, or even in the Office of Forensic Science up at 8th and Poplar, where we have 30 or 40 open positions where we can't fill them in order to do the actual science of solving these crimes. And part of this has been our own fault, I believe. We have put a lot of restrictions on the ability to hire. We might need a temporary lifting of that mandate in order to get people into these jobs so we can provide public safety. But I think the other piece of this I want to just call to everyone's attention, Majority Leader, is that we probably should also rigorously evaluate every program we have to determine whether or not it's working. So we spend a lot of money, but we need to make sure that those programs are effective. And if they're not, we need to spend in another direction. So I just want to mention that because I am concerned about the next 3, 4, 5, 10 years when I hear about 500 police officers vacant. I hear about the number of people who are going to be retiring over the next few years. I hear about the fire department vacancies. And then when I was up on Friday for 3.5 hours at 8th and Poplar, where they have all these openings, they can't fill the jobs to solve the crimes. That's a problem. So let's work on that together. I think together we can do this. So I appreciate this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dom, for your comments. And I agree with them. I just want to push back on one thing that you said for the benefit of residents in the city of Philadelphia. And that is, again, I introduced this year on behalf of our council president. This initiative passed and I support it wholeheartedly. And it is the residency requirement. We passed a new law requiring that all new hires by the police department and other city hires be residents of the city of Philadelphia for 1 year before they're hiring, in an effort to make the police department look more like the population it is serving. Unapologetically support it and agree with it. And I want to note for the record, if there is any particular position that has been difficult to fill, and that some would argue, well, that is because of the law. No, there is a vehicle to be used, and that is a waiver. And so if we're talking about these forensic scientists that Councilmember Dom just mentioned, where there may be 40 vacancies, the police department has the ability to seek a waiver if they need to bring someone in who does not meet the residency requirements of our new law. And I needed to state that for the benefit of the citizens of Philadelphia, but requiring citizens of our city who we hope can be employed with the good jobs that provide a path to self-sufficiency that our city of Philadelphia offers. We will never be apologetic. about encouraging Philadelphians to have access to those jobs. So I want to thank everyone on this first panel. I'm looking in the chat box right now, and I don't see any other questions from my colleagues and/or comments. Are there any? There being none, I'm going to ask Rachel, will you please call the next panel to testify on the resolution? And I want to say to the first panel, stay around as long as you can, because while we're on the next, if you can, while we're on the next coming panels, a question or a comment may come up that references your testimony or statement that you made. And we may want to call you to say, well, wait a minute, is X, Y, and Z still connected? So thank you so much, Rachel. Please call the next panel.
The next panel is Christina McCoy, Alex Balloon, Ann Turner, Ellie, I'm not going to pronounce your last name correctly, Deviakin. Maria Gonzalez is actually not here. We're going to have to move her to a later panel. Somali Osteen and Majida Rashid.
Thank you so very much. Christine, are you connected and are you here? Just raise your hand so I'll know it's you. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman.
Christina, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Christina McCoy. Thank you, Chairwoman, Chairman, and members of council for listening to my testimony. I am the founder of Custom Cuisine Incorporated, and I am a certified chef and urban farmer in West Philadelphia. I use my skills and my talent to teach food literacy, to grow food, to give food, to have cooking classes and different community events centered around nutrition and teaching how to not only have sustainable sources of food, but what to do with the food that the community is growing and that they're eating and consuming, because that is really the way that they will have the best quality of life. I also own a merchant stand in the Reading Terminal Market in the Central City District, but all of my community work is focused in West Philadelphia. I've done numerous events with President Jabari Jones from the West Philadelphia Collaborative Corridor Collaborative. I'm sorry, this is my first time testifying, so excuse me if I'm talking fast and just let me know if I need to slow down. I had a bunch of things written here, but Chairwoman, you really kind of inspired me to speak from my heart about what I know from the work that I'm doing in the community, and also some of the comparisons to other districts and business corridors who are also suffering but are not witnessing murder and death like we are in West Philadelphia from the gun violence. In the spring of this year, myself, the West Philadelphia Corridor Collaborative, in partnership with the University of Penn, organized to have a series of community kitchen pop-ups that were going to take place in Mill Creek. We had to reschedule the events twice. We pushed it back from initially it was going to be in May, and then but there were shootings at the park. 7 or 8 people over the span of that month were murdered in that area and around the park. And so residents, in fear for their own safety, and us as organizers of the event and wanting to be responsible, decided it was best to postpone while we strategized to figure out how we could get police presence or some type of security there so that residents felt safe. That did not happen. After many requests, we were just basically told that there were no resources, there were no officers that they could commit to those areas, even as just a presence, so that the people felt safe. And so we rescheduled our community pop-up cooking event into June. And in June, there were literally the week that we were going to have the community kitchen pop-up, there were 3 more murders right at West Mill Creek Recreation Center at the playground where our children play. I just want to reference that by saying that I am a native of West Philadelphia. I grew up on 49th Street. And the community has always been plagued with gun violence and drugs, but never the way we have been seeing it unfold, especially since this pandemic. It has only heightened the disparity of people in the neighborhood, and it is causing crime that, in collaboration with just murderers and criminals being released back on the street under the guise of rehabilitation in our criminal justice system, but some of these people are literally being released and going back into the communities and retaliating or committing the same crimes. And so some of the community events like the community kitchen pop-up that we are doing to bring families together, to teach them transferable skills, to provide them food that they might not have access to because they may not drive or have access to sustainable sources of food, and to also have fun and have a community organized event, they're scared to come out. And so we wound up finally being able to have our event in July on the 12th. And while I requested that we had some, at least one police cruiser there so that the community felt safe, again, we did not have that. We trusted ourselves and we rallied together with the members of the community. We had about 30 families present who came out and cooked together, learned how to make a healthy dish that would work cohesively with their bodies in order to give them the nutrients that they need. We gave them camaraderie. We gave them groceries. We provided resources that the community needed with some of our own funds in collaboration with University of Penn, helping us financially with a grant that the corridor had filed for us to be able to do this pop-up event. At the community event, what I realized was that, again, talking to a lot of people, they share the same sentiments that I do, where they don't feel safe in their own neighborhoods. And when we're trying to do community events that really enrich the people and that give access and sustainability back to the people, it's really important that people feel safe, especially at their recreation centers where their kids are going to play, where they're going to the Boys and Girls Clubs, where they're going to different activities so that the kids, again, idle mind, is the devil's playground. And so while we're trying to create these sustainable and resourceful events, neighbors are worried about being shot dead while they're attending. They're worried about their children playing there. And as a business who is also located in the Reading Terminal in Center City, we are plagued with underemployment, not being able to find jobs. But I would like to highlight that there is a drastic disparity. I've never once opened my store in the terminal and felt like I was going to not see my baby again when I got home. I never once felt like I was going to be murdered at my shop. I never once felt like if I needed help, if someone was stealing, there's a panic button at my station where I can call security and then security will alert the police. There's at any given time 300 police officers who come to the terminal on their lunch breaks or what have you. So there's always the presence there, and it creates this aura of safety that just is not present in the West Philadelphia, specifically the West Mill Creek community where I'm from. When I'm examining other events that we have, like, the picnic on Lemon Hill, for instance, and there's, you got police on horseback, you got police in cruisers, you got police walking the beat, you got police on bicycles. Why do those events, get such heavy security presence where people can feel safe? And I had to compare it. It's not because they want to protect the people, and secure the peace. It's because they want to protect the area from the people. That's what it comes out. That's what it feels like. It feels like you want to preserve what you feel like is equitable land in the city from people and not for people. We don't get that same representation in our communities. We do not feel safe. I use my business in the terminal. I use my representation that I have there as one of the very few Black businesses that is represented there and is growing. I have an opportunity there when people see me and they see that I look like them to show them what's possible if you just take up space and open up your mouth. The whole reason I was able to get there is because I attended a food forum there in 2019 where I was one of the only Black women who was there, and I told them that places like the terminal don't exist to businesses like me who are simply growing food and protecting their community with what I can at the same time. And so I use some of the products that I make. I charge a slight premium so that I can funnel 100% of those proceeds back into the events that I want to do in the community, because I cannot wait for grants. I don't know how to fill those out. I don't have underwriting skills. I don't have a team of administrators. I don't have resources. I'm also legally blind, even though I don't claim it as a disability. I'm completely able, and I use my abilities to support and uplift and provide my talents and resources to my community, because I am the only one who will do so. And I feel that way. And while I'm on this call and I see so many members of council who are concerned, and I believe you genuinely, we need to build bridges instead of ladders. Bridges allow multiple communities to connect with one another and share resources. Ladders only allow one person up at a time, one community up at a time. And so by using my platform and by using my resources and by using my representation that I have as a business in the Center City District, where I do feel safe, where I did not have to worry about my merchant stand being torn down by rioters who are at a greater disparity because they don't have resources, I literally have to use those resources to put back into my community, and it's my responsibility as a tax-paying citizen, as a resident of West Philadelphia, as a business who has been granted the opportunity through, but just by speaking up to be a part of what is considered a safe district. And again, I'm not going to say that there are not challenges that businesses face. I'm not going to say that, we're not closing earlier in some instances, or that, we're getting a whole bunch of people that are coming in to work for us, that we can grow our business. What I'm saying is, I don't feel the same way opening my store in Center City as I do when I'm trying to do free community pop-ups, free community events, free cooking classes. I do farming, I do ECE farm. I'm the director. I work in collaboration with the Food Trust and the Health Department to do farming centers at early childhood education centers, 3 of them in West Philadelphia. And there are times where we can't go outside in their growing space that we're building up for them to grow food on the premises because of whatever activity is happening outside. And it's heart-wrenching. It's sad that our children are being stripped of literally the safety in their communities. And while we're each facing independent issues, we have to really stop pretending like there is not a huge disparity in our communities, and especially in West Philadelphia, in the corridors where police are just not showing up in some cases. They're just not. And so, I had a whole list of things to say that were, written out in order, but Chairwoman, you really inspired me to speak from my heart and speak candidly. I know that I talk really fast, so I'm hoping that everybody understood what I was saying, but
Christina,
Yes, ma'am.
we heard you. We needed to hear you, and everything you put on the record for us today was what we needed to hear. And that's why we want everyone to, be able to speak as freely as they like. I know you had a scheduling we had to get you on. We could have, and I want you to know we thank you for adjusting your schedule, because we almost lost you. That's why we had to push you up. I'm just also going to ask if you could stay with us as long as you can, and then if you have to leave, promise me you'll get back on if you can. If you don't, I'll come find you. Okay?
I will be here for the duration. I'm going to stay on as long as I can, and when I can, I'm going to mute myself and put my headphones in so I can hear everyone. This is very important. Thank you so much again, Chairwoman, for allowing me to speak. Thank you for all the members of council and every business represented here for listening. Sometimes we have to do it ourselves, and that's really how I feel. And so I don't wait for anybody to cut me a check. I take my own money and I do it, because if nobody's going to feed my people, I will.
Thank you, Christina. Alex Balloon, do I see? Okay, I see you, Alex. Alex, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker, for allowing me the time to testify today, and I will be happy to summarize my remarks, as some points have already been raised by previous speakers. The Tacony Community Development Corporation is located in Northeast Philadelphia. We manage a Main Street program focusing on design, promotion, organization, economic vitality, and clean and safe. Those 2 words together, clean and safe, are important baseline conditions for a successful corridor. I want to thank you for your leadership on the Taking Care of Business program and addressing cleanliness on our city's commercial corridors. It is my hope that we can channel that same ambition to meet this challenge. As this hearing correctly identifies, the link between public safety and economic vitality is of paramount importance. An integral part of the solution is community policing. Philadelphia has successfully implemented this before. Our former police commissioner, Charles Ramsey, adopted this approach in 2008. The results were a 23% reduction in violent crime. We need evidence-based policing again to be at the center of public safety. In Tacony, at one time, we had bike police. These officers were the bedrock of our community policing strategy. They got to know our residents and our business owners, and through regular interactions, felt the pulse of our community. Our board members had regular discussions with these officers, and as the corridor manager, I would regularly update them about our organization's efforts. Speaking more broadly, providing information and making 911 calls is absolutely part of the job of a district manager, but having a 2-way flow of information is critical to know that the police have the information and the intelligence to address issues with public safety. Community policing must be at the center of public safety on our commercial corridors. And again, I want to thank you, Chairperson Parker, for drawing attention to this important issue, and we look forward to continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your testimony. Ann Turner, who's the founder of the 63rd Street Business Association. Okay, I see you, Ann. Ann, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Sherelle Parker. My name is Ann Turner. I'm the president of the 63rd Street Business Association. I'm also the president of the PA Professional Image Alliance. So I fight for small businesses in our community. On 63rd Street, we've tried to work with the city. Our council person is Mr. Jones. We've had some lighting. It's still blighted on 63rd Street. We do have new African American businesses in our corridor. We have not received a lot of support. Vandalism has happened, burglaries have happened, not just in the businesses, but also in the residents. I work directly with the 19th District. We host a Fall Fest every year because the safety is the issue with our children. So the partnership we have with the 19th District, they come out to work directly with our children to make sure that they understand that the police do want to protect our environment. Unfortunately, they have not been able to come and walk the beat to keep us safe. There has been graffiti. My next door neighbor, to the reason why we developed the 63rd Street Business Association, was robbed by gunpoint. Due to that, a lot of our businesses leave early. We cannot afford to replenish the area. We have dumping issues, trash issues. So we understand that if it's dirty, then more people tend to do things that they wouldn't do in the suburbs. You know, a lot of our family and friends are shopping in Ardmore. They're shopping in King of Prussia. And so I believe that the safety is never an issue when you go to certain places. You just feel safe. You feel like I can spend my dollars and hold my pocketbook. But if you're coming to our neighborhoods, we have to worry about people sitting on the corner, smoking weed. And I do believe that the police cannot do as much as they can because one of my dearest friends' sons was shot by gunpoint, and the police have not been able to get back with her to say who did it. So to fight for them to come walk the beat and they can't even resolve criminals killing our young men and women is really a major issue within our city. Financially, our businesses are working hard to be sustainable. I was on a call just a few minutes ago with the SBA, working with 45 Black and brown businesses to talk about the resources. We don't not only get the storefront improvement information, but there's a lot of things that gridlocks our Black and brown businesses. And to Christina's point, if you're a small business fighting to survive, you cannot allow yourself not to be educated. So we've done the work. We've helped galvanize to get resources to our businesses. Right now, we're trying to deal with the blighted areas. We're trying to deal with our young men and women dealing with the trauma. Like they get, you know, I can say to you, I have 4 of my friends that's dealing with loss of loved ones. My old assistant had a son. She had her daughter. The day her daughter was born, her son's father was killed. There's a list of women that I know that come into my salon, and these are the traumas that they have to deal with. So they can't walk freely in their communities. When we do our Fall Fest, we have a family environment, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of safe places for our children to go to in our communities. And so my level of frustration is I have to do the work. I have to tell the businesses that we have to continue to stay in our community because there are revitalization resources. It's just not coming to our Black and brown businesses soon enough. I believe that there was a grant for the violence piece. And the reality of it is, if we continue to give to the people that's not innovative, that's not making a difference, I hire the young men and women in our community. As far as the blighted, the safety, the lighting, all of that plays a big part in us feeling safe in our communities. I closed my salon 3 hours earlier, whereas when I was downtown, I could stay a lot later. I now do a lot of seniors for that reason because they no longer want to come out in the evening. So not only are we dealing with COVID, we now have restrictions as business owners. We can't have everybody in at the same time. And so we're going to look at how can we rebuild when we're not getting the resources, when we're not able to be safe, and then we can't do job training and developments because they're locked in on certain clicks. And so I'm trying to make sure that when people hear us, you see that we've been self-employed for years. So this is not new to us to learn how to operate and support the people that look like us. When I did a study with the youth program, with the children, I said, go to all the businesses in the neighborhood and see how much revenue they're bringing in. They don't look like us, but they make millions in our communities. I want you to just ask them, can they give 1% to the children in the community. And a lot of the businesses wouldn't even donate $50. And I'm looking at this like, how can you make millions in our neighborhood and here these children want to do something productive and you can't even give $50? So I shared that with the young men and women because they needed to see the value of their dollars moving forward. Do not give your money to people that do not want to support you. So I want to thank you, Councilwoman, for understanding the need in our communities. Our children are the next generation. My granddaughter said to me, Grandma, all I do is see you on Zoom calls. You know, I know you're doing the work, Grandma, and she's 6. So if our next generation don't have a window of opportunity, shame on us. Shame on all the people that hear the passion and the love and the hard work, and we don't want to change the way we've been thinking because you want to keep us enslaved. So I now carry my gun every day, and I never had to when I open my shop. And I say to the brothers, I never want to have to use it on you. But I want to go home to my son, to my daughter, to my grandchild. So we do need to do a better job when it comes to the gun violence. We need to do a better job when it comes to resources. And we need to do a better job with being human. Show the love that everybody has, because when I see some of my friends that are Caucasian, they don't have to worry about 10 of their children or their family and friends being shot at. They just don't, not every day. So thank you for all the leaders that's on the call. I appreciate all the work that you all are doing. And let's see how we can bridge the gap and work together to make the change that's needed in the city of Philadelphia. Because I'm proud of us and the things that we have done in the past, but we need to figure out how we're going to make a change in the future. Thank you.
And thank you so very much for your testimony. And I hope you can stay on because my colleagues are already lining up their questions. I also want to acknowledge that Councilmember Helen Gim has joined us and she is present. Councilmember Gim, thank you so much for your presence. I now, listen, because we don't want her getting a ticket. And if I chop up your name, charge it to my head and not my heart. Somali Osteen from the community, who's a community development specialist at CMAC. Are you with us? Raise your hand so I'll know it's you. Okay, all right. I can see you. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Chairperson. I appreciate you let me go first. I don't want to get second ticket. It has been a rough morning. So my name is Somali Osteen. I work with CMAC based in Southeast Philadelphia. And my title is a commercial corridor and community development specialist. I've been working in this field for over 5 years, and I have to say that we are a corridor manager. We speak the same languages, and I cannot agree more. I am 100% agree to all the corridor managers that speak before me, and I thank you for speaking the same language, showing the same need and the same issues that we encounter. In South Philadelphia, South 7th Street Commercial Corridor, we're managing business that all of it but one that's not immigrants, but most of them are immigrant-owned business that range from Cambodian, Vietnamese, Mexican, Honduran, Dominican, Lao, Pakistani, Korean, Burmese, Indonesians, and such. So we serve a very diverse immigrant community, and I am very grateful to be able to serve alongside them, specifically this past few years with the COVID and the situation that we're facing. 4 years ago, when we did the basic survey within the community and the resident and business owners, cleanliness was the first #1 priority. But now, most of them speaking the same language, that safety is the most far concern that they encounter. And that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. But unfortunately, drug dealer has been increased significantly on our corridor, and they hang out day and night, dusk to dawn, and having loud music disturbing the community who live and operate the business. And I see the two main issues that our community facing is first and foremost is affecting their well-being and their quality of life. And that's including they have to live with fear in their own neighborhood. They have to drive for 2 blocks to get a grocery on the other corner because they can not face the fear of eventually the drive-by shooting could happen, and also walking past drug dealers that intimidating them. I also see children who age at 10 to 12 years old being used as a drug transfer from one corner to the other corner with some cash, probably $20 or $50 that their parent never gave it to them. So it's like, why not? I just bring this to this corner, I get $20 or $50 cash. And this is very unfortunate, and I see it as we cannot tolerate these issues that happening. The second effect that we facing is the revenue drop among our business owners. This past few months, most of them speak to me verbally that their revenue had dropped at least 30 to 35%. That is specifically from the pharmacy. People need the medicine, but they have to drop because they cannot come to the community that they don't feel safe. And that's not including the restaurant or salon or other grocery store, which is very unfortunate. Like I say again, we cannot tolerate these issues, but we still have hope. I personally still have hope that we can fight this, and our community holding on to a very thin string of hope that their community will be safe again. But we cannot let this hope disappear in their own community. So recently we able to work with our partner, and thank you very much to Councilman Squella for your great support. You reply email within 5 minutes, and I am very impressed. And we able to form a safety task force, and we have confident that this task force will move us along as we continue to address the issues and continue to fight for the safety issues that we facing. A couple main agenda in the safety task force that we are trying to pursue is one, adding more pedestrian light along the corridor, adding more good quality security camera where police can access to it, continue to educate business and owner to call 911 and understand what is different between 911 and 311 so that they cannot confuse. And the other most important thing is continue to ask for police presence. That includes patrolling every day, and also including the police substation. That could be like an RV mobile substation and moving along to like a permanent police substation. And we definitely cannot do this alone without your support, and we definitely cannot do this without funding. So thank you for hosting this hearing and allow us to speak and allow us to bring the issues to the table. And we still have hope, and these issues cannot be tolerated. We have to come together and do this. Thank you for having me.
Sambali, thank you so very much. And we're going to hear next from Ellie. But before we do, I want to say thank you for acknowledging Council Member Squilla and his leadership in his district and just being on it. Sometimes when you have to make tough decisions and people want solutions, they don't see the work that's done behind the scenes. So Councilmember Squilla, you're a model for all of us in responding. I don't know if I can beat you with 5 minutes to me a long time, but that's a good thing. We're now going to hear from Ellie.
It's not only 5 minutes.
Ellie, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, but I do want you, when you identify yourself, say it clearly so we'll know it. And thank you for your presence here today. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, Ellie.
Good morning, Councilwoman and all the other council people on this call. Thank you for holding this hearing and allowing us to speak. My name is Ellie Devyatkin. I'm a commercial corridor manager at the Frankfurt CDC. We work with residents in the Frankfurt section of lower northeast Philadelphia and businesses from the 4200 block to the 5200 block of Frankfurt Ave. That's roughly from the Church Street station up to Frankfurt Terminal at Bridge and Pratt. Since I began working on the corridor, which was about 6 years ago, public safety has been a concern for residents, businesses, alike visitors. And one of the biggest issues that entire time has been various types of nuisance businesses. And those businesses and the nuisance behaviors in and around them have been detracting from both a sense and a reality of public safety. These businesses include stop and goes, convenience stores selling loosies, some stores selling drug paraphernalia. And over the years, we've worked with city and state agencies. Our district councilwoman, Maria Jimenez Sanchez, has been instrumental. And, we've worked with city and state agencies to enforce existing rules and regulations. And, periodically that has improved the situation. A lot of our stop and goes are actually much improved. But all too often with a number of the stores, they'd be closed down for a day or two and then back up and running. And within a week or two, it was back to business as usual. the same problems recurring. In the past 2 years since before the pandemic began, this problem has worsened. We've seen an influx of new 24/7 convenience stores that have been popping up all over the city. And the ones in Frankfurt primarily sell illegal cigarettes and loosies and drug paraphernalia. They have hookahs in the windows, and they might sell a few bags of chips and soda. Many of these also have illegal gambling machines, and several are suspected of firearm dealing and drug trafficking. And in this case, I would like to specify here that these nuisance businesses, the business itself, is part of the source of the nuisance, as opposed to other locations where the business owner is also a victim of some of these illegal activities. And just a few weeks ago, there was a double shooting inside one of these nuisance businesses, right by Margaret Orthodox. Over the years, this location has been home to at least 3 different businesses, all with the same problems and concerns. The shooting was only the most recent. Previous times, our cleaning staff has been caught in the crossfire of other shootings that have stemmed from that location on the 4600 block of Frankfurt Avenue. All of these nuisances kill a commercial corridor, and they deprive the residents of the quality of life that they deserve. People are afraid to visit corridor businesses. Other business owners can't compete with illegal cigarette sales. And those without other choices for where to shop are the only ones who are left patronizing many of these corridor businesses. People with a car, people with more money, they shop elsewhere. So it's really, only people who don't have other options who are, forced to put their safety on the line to buy a soda, to buy a snack, to get what they need for their daily life. And without sustained, consistent enforcement of regulations, and specifically the closing of loopholes for bad faith business owners, this problem will continue to plague Frankfurt Avenue and other neighborhood commercial corridors. That said, truly addressing safety issues has to go beyond just policing nuisance businesses and just reacting to behaviors once they happen. Philadelphians need quality, affordable housing, living wage jobs, quality schools, reliable, affordable childcare, affordable healthcare, access to healthful foods, and much more. And ensuring a thriving, stable community requires that we invest in people and make their lives less precarious. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be available for questions with this panel.
Thank you so very much, Ellie, for your testimony. We are now going to hear from Maria Gonzalez, who's the president of ASE, and we will close this panel very intentionally with Majida Rashid from the Knightstown CDC, simply because of the length and the breadth and the depth of her experience here in the city of Philadelphia, in a commercial corridor that has experienced challenges for many, many, many years. With that being said, Maria, can you state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony? I think I've seen you more in the last 2 weeks than I've ever seen you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and Chairman Squella. My name is Maria Gonzalez. I am the president of ASE. ASE is a nonprofit community development corporation serving neighborhoods of Fairhill and St. Hugh in eastern North Philadelphia. ASE has been managing a Centro de Oro commercial corridor since 1997. El Centro de Oro is typically known as the heartbeat of the Latino community in Philadelphia, with the largest concentration of Hispanic-owned businesses and also other social service agencies that are located there to provide goods and services and also activities to celebrate our Latino culture in Philadelphia. In the last 8 years, we have also started managing 2 other commercial corridors along North American Street and also Front and Allegheny. That is to say that our commercial corridors are really critical to the neighborhood's economy for providing goods and services, and also to create jobs and economic opportunities to our residents. They're really the backbone of our community, as we don't have large institutions that really create jobs in our community. So we largely depend on their vitality to be able to support the community. For decades, ASE has been working in transforming this part of Philadelphia through the development of commercial spaces, technical assistance, streetscape improvements, and also developing affordable housing to support our commercial businesses. And we have been very successful in leveraging about 100 million of new public and private investments. But I would say that, since 2020, we've really hit a wall where many of our businesses have been adversely impacted by the pandemic, by the social unrest that occurred last year as well, and also the gun violence and all the crime that has been affected and has just, increased in our neighborhoods and our commercial corridors. All these things combined have created an untenable situation where crime is going up, businesses are closing, new investments are stagnant because anyone that was considering investing in our corridors has really put it on a hold because of what's been happening on the commercial corridors. Businesses and residents are fearful not only for their safety but also for their futures and that of their families. They don't know what the future is going to hold and how we're really going to come out from this really challenging situation. As mentioned by others in this hearing, we agree that there needs to be longer-term investments in jobs, education, skills training, entrepreneurship. But there also has to be shorter-term positive signs so that our commercial corridors and businesses that are hanging on right now have something to look forward to. We appreciate the additional funds for corridor cleaning and security cameras allocated by the city in this fiscal year, but there needs to be more. We need more support to address all the short dumping that's been happening in our corridors and also surrounding residential areas. The nuisance businesses have really, really impacted in a very bad way our commercial corridors. I just cannot believe that anyone can make a living by having these small stores open 24/7. It's just really it's not good for the community, and it's not good for the residential areas as a whole. And I'm just perplexed as to how these businesses are spreading everywhere and making making it work economically. We also need more infrastructure improvements, in lighting, cameras, and also sidewalks. And I think having more investments in mixed use commercial housing developments to really have eyes and ears on the street will really change many of our commercial corridors throughout the city. So we have eyes and ears, and also we have more activity that helps deter crime. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll hang around for any questions.
Oh, Maria, you just hit on some stuff. After we hear from Majida Rashid, Majida, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. You're on mute, Majida.
Sorry, everybody. My light went out. Everything's going crazy, but good morning. Good morning, esteemed council members. My name is Majida Rashid, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Nicetown CDC. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify this morning on Resolution 210693. The Nicetown CDC headquarters has been situated in the 4400 block of Germantown Avenue since we were founded in 1999. Since that time, we have established a comprehensive NAC program, economic and mixed-use development, affordable housing, capital park improvements, land management, and corridor cleaning programs. Over the years, it has been extremely tough for our local businesses economically. Of course, with the ravages of the pandemic, as well as health-wise, we have lost business owners also to COVID. There has been a significant toll related to the stability of the businesses on our corridor. Before the pandemic, we attracted several new businesses that sparked an increase in customers despite the fact that there was already several of the same types of businesses existing. However, even with the new businesses, there were some that were choosing to leave prior to, during, and following the pandemic. Why? The reason is clear and directly related to the fact that business owners and customers do not feel safe on the Germantown Avenue corridor. In Nicetown, there has been an uptick in shootings and murders within, outside, and near businesses, as well as businesses scattered on corners in the neighborhood. On 19th and Winghahawken Street, there is a business where there is constant loitering and groups gather to gamble right across the street, even though there's a police car stationed right there on the corner in open view. It is the source of constant complaints from block captains, town watch groups, and other residents. Last year, one of our popular restaurants was broken into and the cash register stolen after the place was vandalized. On March 20th this year, there was a shooting inside a restaurant banquet hall right next to our NAC office, which left 1 dead and 5 others shot. Another site right across the street, a lounge, also had safety and security issues as well as illicit activities that was the source of an outcry from the community, causing its eventual shutdown. Last week, a man was shot and killed in Nicetown Park at 1 a.m. in the morning, where his companion had left them to go to a corner store down the street. The park is beautiful, situated centrally in the 4300 block of Nicetown's commercial corridor, and has recently completed the first phase of major capital improvements. However, many of the school, daycares, and community residents that normally use the park are afraid to come there. And these are many school students, daycare, parents, children, and everything right in walking distance, and they're actually afraid to use the park, regardless of all the new apparatus there. There is little or no police presence at night when all types of crimes are taking place. Unfortunately, it has gotten to the point that some of these occurrences are happening in broad open daylight. There is no doubt that this is a public safety crisis that has been detrimental to our business corridor and others across the city already suffering from economic instability. When compared to the businesses and commercial corridors in Center City, Manayunk, or Northeast Philadelphia, where there is more police presence, safety, and security, the economic decline is measurably evident, measurably evident. Neighborhoods like Nicetown and other impoverished, low-income communities have been crying out for the presence of more police surveillance for years. Foot patrols, cameras, login sites, bike patrols, etc. Something. It cannot just be a quick fix, one and done, or short term. This public safety crisis must be resourced, strategically planned with best practices that are proven, consistent, and sustainable if it is to be effective in restoring and building our local economies. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify today. I'm available for questions.
I want to say thank you, Majida, and to all of you who were on this second panel. As I'm listening to you, this thing is still in my mind that we cannot allow anyone to hijack the messaging associated with this conversation that we're having here today. What we've heard from all of you and from almost every section in the city of Philadelphia is that there is a need for community policing and that we should not sacrifice public safety because of a few bad actors. In addition to that, I want to be very clear. This consistent cry for more community policing does not mean we're talking about supporting bad cops. To those of you who've been on this panel, I know how people will attempt to hijack the narrative. We are talking about community policing. This is not about supporting bad cops. There is no place for bad cops. And anytime a police officer misuses or abuses their authority, not only do we need to call it out, we need to get them out of our department in a quick, fast, in a hurry. But at the same time, we need safe streets, okay? Where those who are terrorizing our neighborhoods know that they have to contend with law enforcement and lawlessness. The great work that you heard about Christina doing on the ground, and from just all of the quarters, Ann and her work that she's done across this city. And Ann, you probably don't know, but I know what you did to advocate for that state funding too, because State Senator Vincent Hughes said you were on top, of that. All of this, and their quality of life and the revenue that they're generating is impacted by the need for more community-based public safety in our neighborhoods. I'm going to ask all of you the question that, and it's only one, that I asked the first panel, and we want to do like a quick lightning round for your response. In this order: Christina, Alex, Ann, Ellie, Maria, Somali, if she's still on, and Majida. What's your response right now to someone who is watching saying, we don't need community policing in neighborhoods. We don't need to be funding beat officers and or bike patrol in neighborhoods. We need to be making that investment somewhere else. What's your response, Christina?
Someone in the first panel said, you come live there, I challenge you to come walk through. Come walk through, come buy some groceries at one of the local stores. Look around and just stay a moment. You don't have to even move in. Stay a moment and watch the trash blowing over your feet. Stay a moment and see the hesitancy that residents have when they're trying to just go buy deodorant or toothpaste or Lunchables for their kids. Go see the hesitancy that parents have when they're dropping off their kids to the ECE centers that I'm the farming director of, and I'm trying to build community gardens so they have sustainable food. Because when people have food, they can, guess what, think better. Their bodies can release serotonin. They can get a job. When you have a job, you can get a house. But if you don't feel safe in your house or buying your food, what is the point? And so don't even come and live here. Walk through. Do a walkthrough. And the thing is, don't just say what you've done in the past. Come do it. Some of the politicians won't come below Market Street, won't pass 40th Street to really see. And so when you go into those neighborhoods and you speak and you talk, then you will see if that butterfly in your stomach is the same thing that residents feel every time they got to come outside and take their kids to school.
Thank you, Christina. Alex, what's your response?
I'd say there are steep costs to a breakdown in police community relations, and community-based policing is evidence-based policing. Thank you.
Ann Turner, what's your response? We don't need beat officers, bike patrol, and we shouldn't be investing in community policing in neighborhoods.
I would say switch places. If you don't believe that we need it, then those police that are in your area, just switch places. Just see what it feels like to not have the presence of law enforcement, the cleaning solutions that we need to have moving forward. Just see how your area would look if you had nothing, and then still try to walk with hope. Just switch places.
Got it. Ellie, what's your response?
That the presence of public safety patrols has the potential to actually deter and reduce crime from being committed in the first place, rather than having to respond to criminal activities after they happen.
Thank you. Somali, I don't know if she was able to, oh, she is, I see her. Okay, Somali, what's your response? You're on mute.
I would have to respond to the two different audience. If those who are in power, I would say come to the community and let the community complain in your face and you hear it on your own. The response to community or resident who think that we don't need any more police, stop complaining, because those are the complainer who complain louder about the safety. So if you don't want more police presence, stop complaining.
Got it. Majida Rashid, what's your response? You don't need any more beat officers and bike patrol at Broad and Erie.
We need all that we can get, and we need to know them and work with them, and continue what we're doing in the realm of even partnering with the people that do train our folks about community policing, and that's Town Watch Integrated Services. You know, we kind of stress our guy out, Reginald Hall from Town Watch, but teaching people how they can even be part of the solution with eyes and ears, and really sticking with that consistently, knowing how to properly report and monitor conditions of the neighborhood and things like that. But we definitely need the police presence there, walking the beat, the login sites, and getting to know the business owners and things of that nature, and working together with the community. I think that that's something that needs to be emphasized.
Got it. Thank you. As chair, I want to recognize right now that Councilmember David O has joined us. Councilmember O, thank you so very much for being here. The chair is now going to recognize Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson for questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you to all of the witnesses that testified in panel 2. I want to thank you for sharing your on-the-ground experiences across the city of Philadelphia and the challenges that you all continue to face. And prior to going into some of the questions that I have for a few of you that I've been out with this summer in your neighborhoods and in your communities, I just wanted to be real clear that I am all for police reform and for increasing transparency and accountability in our processes here in city government. But we have to be very clear about what we are facing in our inner city communities and in certain neighborhoods in the city of Philadelphia. We have a subset of individuals who are terrorizing our communities, who are terrorizing our commercial corridors. And I'm talking about high caliber weapons that you typically see in a war zone and not in a neighborhood and not in a community. And I want to be real clear about those particular folks. They need to be locked up, okay? Anybody that's going in our communities where our children have to walk and where we have to live, and they're using high caliber weapons on individuals for any reason, those individuals do need to be locked up, okay? And then we have another set of individuals who need service and need help, and we need to be able to help them with those services and providing them with the help that they need. And then we have young people who also need help because, as I stated earlier, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So we need to provide our young people with resources and opportunities and places to go as well, which is why I reformed the curfew bill, and the curfew centers will be soon rolling out here in the city of Philadelphia, and we are hopeful that they will roll out across every district in our city. So I just wanted to preface my questions with those remarks. But I wanted to get started first around thanking you, Alex, and the members of Tacony CDC for joining us on the enforcement tour for some of the drug paraphernalia businesses. And we are going to continue working on enforcement. In fact, I had to depart from the hearing for a moment to get on a nuisance business task force meeting. I wanted to know, Alex, directly from you, how you all are faring with those businesses on your corridors and what more you need us to do from a city perspective around the nuisance drug paraphernalia businesses in your area. And that question can go to anyone on this panel, but I wanted to start with you, Alex, because we did the walking tour in your community earlier this summer.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Richardson. I appreciate your leadership on the nuisance business, particularly with drug paraphernalia. A lot of them continue to operate. I'd say a lot of them also, we're seeing a big proliferation of out-of-state cigarette sales. I know that I've spoken to my colleagues, and so those types of businesses often are associated with other illicit activities. And I definitely want to defer to Majida Rashid, because I know she's definitely had a lot of leadership on this issue. But thank you again for your leadership on that issue, Council Member.
I would say along those lines, those nuisance establishments are, I didn't even get into that in what I was saying, but those nuisance establishments attract that kind of activity. And a lot of times you'll find out that these stop and goes and things like that are where these people are getting shot. A lot of times the owners of these businesses are either in cahoots with them or either they're definitely afraid of them. So yes, we need to emphasize more how those nuisance establishments are affecting this whole public safety piece. And how we can just get smart about the resources we bring to address those issues. It's been difficult for us to address those issues.
Yeah, Council Member, I would like to also add, I think there has to be a very, we have to look at the operations of these businesses. You know, the hours of operations, how there isn't enough traffic to make these enterprises economically viable, number one. And number two, in our community, along Allegheny and also on Fifth Street, they hide behind because it's mostly kind of like a takeout window. I'm sure had the dynamics be different where people have to come into their businesses, that would deter many of these people from operating such establishments, because that doesn't give them that level of security they would need to operate 24/7. So that is to say, I think that we really need to look at, the operations hours and how they're allowed to conduct themselves in our neighborhoods.
I'm sorry, this is the court reporter. Who is that just talking? Your picture is not on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Maria Gonzalez from ASE.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for all of your responses. I wanted to also thank Ann Turner for her work, 63rd Street Business Association. My hairdresser, too, is on 63rd Street, so a shout out to Jay Saline. I also wanted to come down to Frankfurt Community Development Corporation, and thanking you all again and mentioning the incredibly important quality of life issue related to the drug paraphernalia / candy stores that have been popping up all over the city. And we know that I introduced a bill to work on this issue. We've been going out doing targeted enforcement with LNI across the city of Philadelphia. So I would love to connect with you all specifically, and I work with all the district council members for their specific areas, so they know the challenges that community members are talking about with these drug paraphernalia stores particularly. But I would love to work with you all, Ellie, in getting a list of the stores, and we'll get them over to LNI so they could do the prerequisite research, and then we can follow up. Finally, I wanted to go down to CMAC. Again, thank my colleague, Councilmember Squilla, for all of your work. I just wanted to ask you all, around the work that you do with the community gardens, how are you all working to ensure that you utilize that program to help you create a safe, healthy, inclusive commercial corridor in your area?
Are you asking Somali, Councilmember?
Yes, Somali.
Somali, are you still with us?
I believe she had to jump off. She sent me an email. She had to leave.
Okay, and well, thank you. And Madam Majority Leader, if I may, I just have one more question and comment for Majida Rashid. I just wanted to thank you for all of your work and your support of the curfew reform bill. And we're still working to get the first 3 set up. The announcement should be made later this week, and my hope is that we'll have one in your area as well soon. But how do you think we can better communicate to folks about the curfew? Because that goes hand in hand with some of the issues we're seeing on the commercial corridors with some of the young people. So I just wanted to know, for the record, if you could detail for us how we can better communicate the curfew and enforcement around the curfew, particularly for the commercial corridors.
I would say basically to make sure we stay in touch with the block captains, the committee people, as well as the schools. And in our area, we have Simon Gratz High School, who has recently, really suffered from some shootings they're unaccustomed to. But to stay in touch with the local schools and the police, definitely the police, and Town Watch, and all the usual people that we engage with to communicate, just making sure we have a network of communication that's in touch with the young people, their parents associations, and things like that. So if we can keep that network alive and work through that network, I think we can get the word out about the resource centers coming and explaining to the people exactly, what that's going to entail when they come back.
Thank you, Majida. Thank you very, very much for your work, and we will follow up on those important follow-up steps. And I've already been in conversation with Deputy Commissioner Dales so that we are ready for that rollout of the directive, not only for the department, but for communication with the associations that you mentioned. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson, for your comments and questions. Just quickly want to go through a few things that you mentioned today on this panel, because we want you to know that we are making note. And you talked about some of those telltale signs. And I was here before we attacked it citywide. I know we were working on it in my neighborhood when I was a teenager. We started Northwest Neighbors Against Graffiti, and people, like, graffiti is like a sign. It's a signal, and you're starting to see it increase. You all also mentioned short dumping. Someone also mentioned, and I don't have the note here who it was, acquisition and ownership. Acquisition and ownership. We have to put that on the city's radar. Safe and clear lights, stop and goes. Councilmember Bass has been a leader here on that issue. The drug paraphernalia, you heard from Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson, and the illegal gambling machines. Just want to state for the record, if Hillary Emerson, my staff attorney, is paying attention, we've been on this issue, and we do know that we're in the midst of a court case relative to this issue and its impact on the city of Philadelphia. We've also been in contact with our leadership in Harrisburg on this issue, so we'll stay on that. Maria Gonzalez, you hit the nail on the head. Short-term plan, longer-term plan, holistic approach. We know it, and we need it. But the community policing, those bike patrol officers, those officers walking the beat, those are investments that we should be making. Majida, thank you for acknowledging Town Watch Integrated Services. Anthony Murphy, if you're listening, Reginald, people don't talk about you because they don't know what defense they play, right, Majida? We know about what happens and we know about the response, but you don't know everything that occurs that they prevent from escalating to get to that point. And I think Town Watch Integrated Services and their efforts are often not acknowledged at the level that they should. You talked about mixed use on commercial quarters. Marie, you made me think about those years growing up when those corner stores in the neighborhood were actually owned by the people who lived there. Christina and Ann talked about this. Those stores in the neighborhood being owned by the people who lived there, and they usually lived upstairs above the store. That's something that we need to revisit. I also need to call to attention that Councilmember Maria Quinones Sanchez has joined us. And Councilmember Sanchez, I do want you to know, I won't say her last name because I'll chop it up, but LED, who is the commercial quarter manager from the Frankfurt Community Development Corporation, gave you a huge shout out for all of the work that you have done there. So thank you, Councilmember Maria Quinones Sanchez, for your leadership. I do not see any more questions or comments in the chat from my colleagues. So I want to thank everyone on this panel. Stay as long, as you can. Again, we may call you back up, but right now I'm going to ask Rachel Meadows if she will be able to call the next panel to testify on this resolution.
Yes, the next panel, I don't believe Latasha Sampson is on, but we're trying to get her on. Ray Mustafa, Janine Spruill, Harry Heyman, Vania Fote. We are also trying to dial in Imam Muhammad, so he's not on yet, and David Sitz.
Thank you all so very much for your presence. Ray Mustafa, we're going to start with you. Okay, I see you, Ray. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Ray Mustafa. I'm from Sunshine Food Market. We got two locations in West Philadelphia. One is located on 16 South 60th Street, and the other one is on 5228 Market Street. They're both very busy corridors. Am I on? I lost all your pictures. Hello?
Yeah, we still hear you. We hear you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, yes.
I thought the screen just went away. So just to touch up on what everybody's saying. I think all the points have been discussed about what's going on in the city of Philadelphia with the ongoing violence and the lawlessness. There's no doubt that it's a long-term and a short-term issue. Long-term is going to have to be education, opportunities, and employment. Short-term, the best tool that you guys have is the beat officers that used to come in prior to the pandemic. Will be on a first name basis with each and every single one of them. They would come inside, sign a log. They would talk to the customers that are in the store, talk to the customers that are on the street, and everybody would feel somewhat safer. When you stand outside today, all you see is patches of people either smoking marijuana, open bottles of alcohol, homelessness, a lot of mental health issues. Having police walking up and down the beat will attract less people who are looking for those opportunistic scams or crime sprees. It's very important to every business owner, and I speak to them all, having a police presence is one of the most vital things for the safety of the people in the community, the store owners, and the environment. Due to not having them around, I've lost 1 hour of business operations for each one of my store locations, which equated to about $30,000 a month in lost sales for each store location. The other thing that's popping up right now, and you guys touched on it, are these nuisance businesses that sell these illegal tobacco products and drug paraphernalia. Within a 1 block radius, there's literally 6 stores that are all selling and operating the same thing, illegal cigarettes and drug paraphernalia, and they're attracting the wrong kind of people. From what I know, they're open 24 hours a day. Once it gets dark, I think they lock their doors and they have like this little window is called the 24-hour window that allows them to just exchange dollars for whatever it is that they're selling. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with everybody. I look forward to working with you guys to try to help bring Philadelphia back to, I guess, a more safer environment. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ray, for your testimony. And please stay on. We're going to have questions for this panel when everyone has presented their testimony. Janine, are you connected? Are you with us? I'm here. Oh, thank you so very much, Janine. Janine, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please. Sure.
My name is Janine Spruill. I am the founder and executive director of Little Filmmakers. I want to thank City Council members for inviting us here to share experiences with you. And I appreciate your leadership as we work together to address the issue of public safety. I'm going to take Ms. McCoy's lead, her testimony earlier this afternoon now, in regards to just, I've never testified before, so I'm a little nervous. My mom told me to speak from my heart, so I think that's probably the best approach, to be as authentic as possible. I am a resident of West Philadelphia. I was born and raised in Mantua, down the bottom, and I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. Some would say during the crack era. And it was a turbulent time then, just growing up as a youngster and just trying to find your way in life. But the thing that saved me was my interest and my love in film and movies. And my mother and my family, we would always watch movies together. We weren't really allowed to go outside because outside was a little crazy at times. So we created this space for us to just enjoy life within the house, within safety. And I loved movies so much, I ended up going to school and getting my degree in film and media. But I understood my last year at Temple that I didn't want to move to Hollywood. I had an interest in understanding how to use film and media to inspire young people, because I didn't have that opportunity as a kid growing up, so I wanted to make that opportunity. And I had a very concerted interest in supporting Black kids, because I knew that when it came to media and technology and digital technology, Black kids are always left behind. And I wanted to figure out ways to address that. So I started taking my video camera to different schools
No one paid me any money. I just was enjoying like teaching kids how to tell their stories, teaching them how to act and perform, and teaching them how to use cameras. And before you knew it, we ended up having short films. And I've been doing that since 1999. And I started Little Filmmakers in 2009, and we incorporated into a nonprofit. Again, I was traveling around the city, teaching young people how to tell their stories, trying to fill a void that I knew that these kids needed when it came to self-expression and feeling like that they're heard and they're understood, and teaching them how to communicate with each other and communicate with their audience. So 3 years ago, by the grace of God, we were able to open up a small studio space, as you can see behind me, fully equipped, top of the line technology here. And we're located on 43rd and Lancaster Avenue in the area where I grew up, right? Full circle. And I continue to do the work and do the work in a way that we can scale it through our partnerships and our programs, and really start to address issues and the need of our young people in our community. We started working with 11-year-olds to 17-year-olds, grade school, just again, how do you make a movie? How do you tell your story? But I realized over the last couple of years that I needed to expand my services to actually work with my 18 to 25, 26, 27-year-olds, because I found that a lot of those kids were lost. And even though some of those kids graduated high school and some of them graduated college, they were still lost. They got lost in the system. They're still dealing with a lot of systemic prejudice and a disparaging number of kids who are just kind of continue to be left behind, even as young adults. So I started to institute a training program where they come in and they learn about digital media technology. They learn about the industry. We train them up. We get them certified in certain software, and we send them out for jobs. We're able to create pipeline opportunities for these kids to be able to apply for positions and be certified and well adjusted to sustain that opportunity. Our organization, we don't not only just do the media literacy, but we also try to address the social emotional learning and development in young people. And I think that's key, because there's plenty of kids that come in here and they got things to say and they're very talented, but they get lost because a lot of the social and emotional learning that they need, there's a deficit. So we had to address that in a way that we baked it into our curriculum. So when young people are faced with opportunity, we want them to be very prepared to be able to sustain an opportunity and be able to connect and create, build a network. A lot of our young people have won awards. Our young people have been a part of like the Black Star Film Festival. They've won awards through WHYY. Some of my kids are so talented, they are extras in a lot of the films that are being shot here in Philadelphia. With all of that being said, the issue of public safety is serious for us. Now, there was a reason why I opened up my organization here in West Philadelphia. And because I wanted to be in the community. I didn't want to be downtown. You know, I wanted these kids to be able to come into the community, especially the kids that live in this area, to be able to walk in off the street into our space and be able to utilize the education, the mentorship, and having access to all technology. But we're running into like a serious situation where the violence is getting out of control. One day I sent two of my young ladies out to get an early dinner, and literally moments after they walked back into my office, gunfire erupts. Literally just like pop, 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 pop. And I said to myself, that's not firecrackers. I'm from down the bottom. That's gunfire. And we have glass doors and glass windows in front of our office. And I immediately told all of my kids to move to the back of the office. Move to the back of the office, because they're shooting. So at that moment, I said, no one leaves this building. I locked the door. I went to go pick the food up for them. And I looked around the corner to see just what was happening. And I watched these men carry this kid, it was a teenager that got shot, and put his body into the back of a police car, and then watch the police car race down the street. And maybe after an hour, I sent everybody home, right? And that's a little traumatizing for them. And then the other thing, I ended up having to like, okay, guys, talk to you later. And she leaves out of my office, and moments later, gunfire erupts. This is months later. And it's probably 4:00 in the afternoon. And there's not one shooter, there's two shooters. because of the consistency of the firing. And I'm in a panic because that woman literally just walked out of my office, and I'm calling her to make sure she's okay. And thank God she was in her car and she was already driving down the street. So that has been our experience. And as we float around this universe on this planet, I try to figure out like what is my role here and how I can contribute. And I'm very dedicated to ensuring that our young people are given a fair chance and given the support that they need so they can grow into productive people. And that's my commitment. But as I come to a close, I think I'm not, listen, I'm well aware that folks in our communities, Black communities, have a very complicated relationship with the police. I know it's very complicated, but at the end of the day, as Councilwoman Parker said, that not every cop is a bad cop. I don't believe that. I am absolutely for beat officers coming into our office, saying hi to my young people, signing a log, just to make their presence known. I am absolutely for bike patrol, safety, somebody, let's walk around and just ensure that your presence here is going to deter any type of criminal activity. And we also have to address a lot of the trash that's like illegal dumping across the street from us. That's also like blight on the community. And I think it also like brings down the hope of people that live around here because it doesn't feel good. As poverty isn't just an economic issue. I believe that poverty could be poverty of the mind, poverty of your health, poverty of your spirit. And I believe that that's why a lot of folks are just walking around doing the things that they're doing because they lack that hope. They don't see that vision. They don't have dreams. And I am here to ensure that young people live their dreams. It is okay to dream. I'm a Black woman that runs a nonprofit. I do well for myself. I'm blessed. It's because I had dreams. And I should have been a statistic. I grew up during the crack era. I should have been a statistic, but I didn't because it was something bigger that I was working towards. And I want to instill that in young people. And I think at this moment, I'm complete. And I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Janine, thank you so very much for your testimony. And I don't know if you and Christine were talking about this was your first time testifying before council. Y'all don't sound like it was your first time testifying before council. Thank you so much for your testimony. Harry Heyman, are you connected, Harry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I see you. Harry, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay, my name is Harry Heyman, and for the record, I was asked to be here, so I don't necessarily, I think for the most part, we feel good, we feel safe where we are at 600 North Broad Street and 7152 Ogons Avenue and 1410 Mount Vernon. So whatever efforts are being done, we're appreciative. I'm sure there's always opportunity to do more. What I was asked to speak on was a topic that's come up over the last week or so in terms of hours as it relates to businesses. So I'm speaking specifically on that, or hours adversely affected by the perception of safetiness, I guess. And we can't examine this issue in total isolation. There's many factors that involve in it, but specifically I made a comment about Zanzibar Blue on South Broad Street versus South on North Broad Street, and my personal experiences, my personal anecdotal experiences. And what I noted was that we went much later at Zanzibar Blue on South 11th Street. Mind you, there were a whole lot more factors involved there. There's more hotels on that side. Zanzibar Blue was in a different place, had a reputation that is larger than South is. Not that South won't get to where Zanzibar Blue was or is in a lot of people's mind's eye. But I did notice that we would go to 12, 1, 2, we'd have folks, at the bar, well after the jazz shows would end. Whereas South, I find that once the jazz shows end, most people are leaving. We don't get a new bar clientele, if you will, at 11:15, 11:30. So I feel like one of the factors, not certainly any only factor, is
the perception of North Broad Street versus South Broad Street, and how that's held in some folks' mind's eye. I know from being living in the suburbs and going to high school out there and still having some buddies out there, their perception of Broad and Walnut, say, versus Broad and Spring Garden, one being perceived, and again, this is all perception, as safer than the other. So I feel it's possible that that perception of safety has adversely affected the number of patrons that will attend late at night, as well as from the suburbs. In anticipation of speaking on this subject last week, I believe it was, I looked at our open table reservations, and I was surprised by the lack of number of 856 reservations and 610s, which is our, folks coming in from outside of Philadelphia and other area codes, of course, and it's impossible to distinguish where people live solely based on their area codes now because of cell phones and all that stuff. But 5, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that would be 20, 30, 35, good solid 33% of our clientele on a weekend night at Zanzibar Blue, whereas when I checked it this past weekend, again, this is just a slice in time, a moment in time, it was closer to 10%. So I was asked to speak on that. I think everybody's, certainly there could be more could be done. I don't know exactly what should be done. We're happy with everything that's being done, so don't want to come across as not happy with all that's being done. Just that that specific comment on those particular topics.
Thank you so very much, Harry, for your testimony. Is Vania from Catherine's Cake Salon? Are you on with us, Vania?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
It's great for me to see you. You make me smile. I want you to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Vania Foat. I'm one of the owners of Catherine's Cake Salon, LLC, located at 7401 Fayette Street, and our interest is on Washington Lane. As a new business, we opened in the pandemic and saw economic downturn in not only in the community but in the world. And so to be open and to witness those things and to witness actually a rise in a lot of crime in the area. For example, we had gunshots at the end of our block and also across the street at another business that was vandalized. And also there was a deceased body in an alley across the street from where we are. So this brings a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress in the community where if they don't feel safe, they're not going to purchase, they're not going to buy, they're more likely not to do anything. And so as a new business, we had the opportunity to have internships, and we're trying to expand and do classes. We have a classroom that we can do classes, and if we don't have the presence of a police or anything like that, we don't feel safe, and our customers or clients do not feel safe to actually patron in that area. So it's imperative and vital that we have those type of things established in our area so that we can not only maintain financial stability in our community, but also thrive and build and grow. So I want to thank all the council members and Councilwoman Sherelle for all the support that you have given for our 10 months being here, and I appreciate and am honored that you allowed me to speak and share my concerns. And I want to be active in actually taking our community back and giving our community more hope in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. We appreciate you. David Sims, are you connected and still with us?
Good morning, Councilwoman. Yes, I am.
Thank you so very much, David. David, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is David Sims. I'm the artist and proprietor of Eatable Delights Catering, and my address is at 1540 Wadsworth Avenue, and I'm also the acting president for the Wadsworth Avenue Business Association. So It's very concerning to me and has been very concerning that we lost our street officer approximately a year ago. We had Officer Brodus, who was what I would like to think of as exemplary as far as what a officer does when he walks the beat and he actually takes the opportunity to get to know the business owners. I reached out to the captain probably about 8 months ago, and it's very concerning for me because being here on a business corridor that's a great and it's a thriving business corridor, people want to feel safe. I actually come from Delaware County because I believe in what it is that Philadelphia has to offer. I love the district that I'm in. I love the business corridor that I'm on. And coming from another business corridor to this business corridor, I would like to continue to see all of the businesses thrive. I would like to continue to make sure that all the business owners feel safe. I would like to make sure that the residents feel safe. And I just want to do my active part in supporting the 9th Councilmatic District and just in getting someone here to this location so that people can continue to feel safe. I know down the street, we have a little breezeway that goes in between the Wadsworth Avenue and the back parking lot. And recently I was in a board meeting and we found out that outside of Dr. Anthony Farrell's office, that occasionally that there has been some people that has been homeless that have been sleeping on those steps. We want to make sure that none of the people that live here and work here are, we just want to make sure that everybody feels safe. So I support having community policing because it's necessary.
Thank you so very much, David, for your testimony. Rachel, is our tech support able to call Imam Muhammad? Are they able to dial him in? Is that possible or no?
I believe they said they would try. I'm not sure who from Council's tech support is on.
And Michelle, I know immediately after this panel, we know we've got to take a quick break. So thank you, Michelle, so very much, our stenographer. If you're here and you've been paying attention and you've been waiting, you've been on, Michelle's been typing everybody's words so we can have a record for this hearing, and we don't take that lightly.
I do not see anyone from council support on right now, so maybe we'll try and call him at the end of the hearing and get him in that way.
Okay, that sounds good. Listen, we're going to ask all members of this panel. It's the same question that I've asked of every panel that has been here. Ray, Janine, Harry, Vanaya. I think I said it the wrong way. Vanaya and David. And I want you to respond in that order. Ray, Janine, Harry, Vanaya, and David. What is your response to someone who is watching this hearing and they are saying, we don't need community policing. Philadelphia doesn't need to invest in bike patrol officers, in officers walking the beat and signing that log. That is not going to help Philadelphia be any safer. What is your response to those people, Ray?
My response is they're not living in reality and they don't understand the concept of what's really going on. When every man out here does not feel free, everybody loses their freedom.
Got it.
I'll tell anybody who has that concept to come hang out with me for just 2 hours.
Got it. Janine, what's your response to that mantra?
My response is very clear. I do not want to have to call somebody's family and let them know that their child was injured while here on 43rd and Lancaster, or that they witnessed violent crimes while they were here, learning how to write a script. I would also say that if you don't have to look over your shoulder and almost do a belly crawl from your office to your car because you don't feel safe, then I think you need to rethink how you're looking at this. I also feel like there has to be the same consideration for our communities We need to get that same consideration that Center City does when it comes to public safety. We need the same resources. They need to be equitable. And the issues that we're having now is a direct result of the lack of resources.
Wow. Thank you, Janine. Harry, any comment?
Just to echo the sentiments Janine said. I mean, if Center City's getting it and that becomes the model, then everybody should get it. And any investment in safety and the welfare of the city's patrons as well as its inhabitants is going to come back to the city tenfold. And it's short-sighted to look at the cost associated with what we're talking about versus the long-term benefit. And we see that with Center City, specifically Center City South. And if that becomes the model and that becomes what we want to replicate, and that's what we want to reproduce, Rittenhouse Square, Center City South, Avenue of the Arts. Let's not forget the Avenue of the Arts goes, Broad Street goes both ways, north and south, you know? So if that's what we're looking to replicate, whatever's being done up there, we should do everywhere, frankly.
Thank you, Harry. Vanaya, say your name again so I don't screw it up. Say it out loud.
My name is Benaya. You said it right.
Okay, go ahead, Vanaya. What's your response to someone who says you don't need those bike officers, you don't need people walking the beat signing that log, we don't need to invest in community policing? What's your response?
My response is that's a platform for destruction. We absolutely need more the presence there so that it can deter criminals from destroying our neighborhood.
Got it. David Sims, what's your response?
My response is, as a business owner that comes into the city to do business, to invest in this city that I work in called Philadelphia, not only is police, community policing needed, but let's just keep in mind that the community is not just the corridor, that it is the blocks that are adjacent to the corridor. So while we have police hopefully on bikes and we have people that are policing, the presence alone of an officer walking on a community will be a deterrent to additional crimes or things happening on the corridor and in the neighborhood. And secondly, more importantly, if we had more community policing in the neighborhoods, then the police would be able to get to a crime scene that much faster if something was to happen. We have got to support the community policing and the efforts of what you're doing in the 9th District and throughout the city.
Thank you so very much, David. On the second round, because I'm trying to multitask, I missed our colleague, Councilmember David O. Councilmember O, are you still on, Councilmember O? Would that be, if Councilmember O comes back, Rachel, and I do not see him, please type it in the chat and let me know. Now I want to recognize Councilmember Maria Quinones Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll be brief. I just wanted to also just thank all of the folks who come in and testify. I was actually late in this hearing because Maria Gonzalez and I were having a corridor meeting to talk about the Allegheny corridor that's evolving and developing as part of the development strategy between 6th Street and Front Street. So the conversation all morning has been exactly around police and public safety. And we couldn't start that meeting without our captain and a discussion about, you know, what it is that we can enforce, what you cannot enforce, and what are some of the quality of life issues. So, you know, I know Ellie from Frankfurt, as you mentioned, testified earlier this morning. You know, we've been meeting with the Frankfurt Carter around some of the business conversations that have been brought up to light, some of the work of Catherine Gilmore Richardson. And this is a lot of work, and this is all hands on deck. And I just want to make sure that people understand that in corridors like Allegheny Avenue that I'm talking about, I have 300 seniors, all who live walking distance and don't need to catch a bus to do everything from going to the supermarket to going to the post office, but it has to be safe in order for them to do that. And allowing them to grace age, you know, with dignity in those communities is based on our ability to provide that quality of life. So I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for this conversation and for all the partners who remind us why we do this work. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Sanchez. I don't see any more comments or questions in the chat from my colleagues. Rachel, again, is Councilmember David O on? Because I missed him in the second round.
I see he's on, but he's on mute. So he had his hand raised for a bit, and it was lowered. So, here.
Yeah, I am here. So thank you very much for seeing that. And first of all, thank you, Chairperson, for recognizing me. I had a lot of technical issues this morning trying to log on, and so I'm actually using a different computer. But I did want to just inquire on 2 points that were made. One is just to ask about illegal cigarettes and speakeasy, because that comes up to me a lot, and it's one of the things that arises because it appears we don't, as a city, have L&I going out in the evening, and we have in the past, and I didn't agree with this, use the police on L&I issues such as, or, for violations. We even had like some different type of pop-up businesses that were selling alcohol and things like that. So that becomes a complaint to me, including the fact that some of the small businesses that speak to me, Chairwoman, they don't sell cigarettes anymore. They said they can't compete with the illegal cigarette sales in the community. So my question is, does that arise? That means after 6, there are basically unregulated businesses?
Ray, are you still on with us, Ray? And Jabari, are you still on, Jabari?
Yes, Councilwoman, I'm here.
Okay, so Jabari and Ray, and there was someone else who mentioned this. Ray, Jabari, comment, and anybody else who wants to comment, please add value. Ray?
Well, as far as those stores that are popping up all over the place, I mean, I've spoken to a lot of the owners because we share the same tongue. We speak Arabic. They're all coming from New York. So something must have happened to those types of businesses in New York for them to flood the city. And they're opening up literally like a wildfire. Like I said, I own 2 businesses, and within 1 block from me, there's literally 6 of them selling illegal cigarettes and nothing but drug paraphernalia. I mean, that's their business model. They really don't open up for anything else. And it's not fair for the communities that they come in. It's not fair for legitimate businesses that try to abide by the rules that the city of Philadelphia heavily enforces on people who are trying to do the right thing, while they're just getting away with it.
No, thank you, Ray. Jabari, and then Alex.
Yeah, I would like to definitely chime in here and say that one of the issues that we've seen in West Philly, and I know that Janine on the call could definitely also attest to this, is there's been an increase in unlicensed event spaces. And so when you see things like bottles of liquor and people that are doing drugs in these spaces, it has really gotten out of control. I mean, in the last year on just one of our commercial corridors on Lancaster Avenue, there's been 5 new spaces. At least 2 of them were shut down for not having the proper zoning. People were taking, shell properties or properties that had 300 square feet and turning them into these spaces and having parties at all hours of the night. And those crowds, they attracted a certain kind of person to the corridor at a certain hour of night. And I'm sure that has been definitely part of the problem for a number of these gun violence issues.
No, thank you, Jabari. Alex?
Real briefly, thank you, Councilmember O. One of the issues that we found is that the state revenue department, which collects, I believe, the revenue from the $2 a pack tax, those agents are not out doing enforcement due to COVID. So that's created a major challenge. Also, the role of the city versus the state in terms of enforcement relative to the tobacco license. I actually had a meeting with Councilmember Heenan and one of my tobacco retailers to discuss this issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairwoman.
And no, council member. I want, just if you will, just for me and for the benefit of the public, give the context you gave when you asked that question about those who legally say, well, we don't have a license or we can't sell right now, but even those who are legally licensed to be able to sell cigarettes, how they can't compete. Like, give that context again for the benefit of the viewing public.
Right. So what happens is there are small businesses and they are following the law and they are, selling the products, including the taxes that are placed on the products. But they basically are telling me they no longer sell those products because there's a black market or a different type of market where you can basically, get it for like $3-4 less, and it's so prevalent that it's not even worth selling anymore. And then in terms of the fact that there have popped up, from what they're telling me and from some of what I know, basically a speakeasy in the neighborhood where you can go and, get your, alcohol and other things. And so, the complaints from the community, and you may recall this or not, that we even had a problem with a couple of pop-up strip clubs. If I, it was just, so there, this type of thing, again, leading to gun violence, confrontations, those type of things, and of course, what a nuisance to the neighborhood. So these things, are kind of occurring in part because of social media and because of COVID and because of the lack of accessibility to certain things during the lockdown, and then all the challenges to small business and public safety, of course, creates opportunities for those who are not going to respect the law, the rules, and the regulations.
Thank you, Councilmember O, for providing us with some clarity there. That context was extremely important for the benefit of our viewers. Let me also say to the people of our great city that I have a bill coming that will be introduced. Rachel, I don't know if it's this week and or next week, but it's in regards to commercial leases. And the reason why we had this bill drafted is we want to ensure that commercial properties that are rented are only being used how they're supposed to be used as per zoning. And we have also found out, and hopefully when we have the public hearing, this will come out, there are some business owners who are being rented a property thinking that they legally have the right to provide whatever service or sell whatever product, and it is not being made clear in their leases, and or some people are just simply flouting the law. So anyone who has a very specific issue with this, I'm going to ask you to send an email and or call Rachel Meadows in my office, rachel.meadows@phila.gov. I don't see any more comments and or questions in the chat box. With that being said, I'm going to thank everyone for their testimony. Hang on if you can. And Rachel, please call the names of those on the next panel scheduled to testify.
So Councilman, I think Michelle, the stenographer, might need to take a 5-minute break or so.
Michelle, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
All right, listen, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And Michelle, if you need more time, you just send Rachel and I a text message and let us know. We're going to take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Will Carter, who is the vice president over at the Chamber of Commerce of Greater Philadelphia, and Jennifer Rodriguez, who's the president and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And Michelle, thank you so very much. 5-minute break, and we'll be back, y'all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Squilla, when I said we'll be back, y'all, I started thinking about WB and the Bugs Bunny cartoon. Remember they would say we'll be back or something like that?
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. I'm telling my age, right? 5 minutes, Chief. Thank you all so much.
Madam Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you so very much. We had to take a quick break. Special thank you to our tech team, Michelle, our stenographer, and all of the staff making this hearing possible. This is a joint hearing between City Council's Committee on Law and Government and Commerce and Economic Development. It's in response to a resolution where we are exploring the connection between public safety and the economic vitality of our neighborhood-based commercial corridors. We had some technical difficulties earlier, but I am now proud to note that we have Imam Muhammad on, and I'm going to ask him to just state his name for the record, tell us who he is, and then he can proceed with his testimony. Imam, are you connected?
Yes, I'm connected. Yes, Councilwoman. Yes, I'm connected.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay, Imam Suchuddin Muhammad, resident Imam of Masjid Muhammad of Philadelphia, here in the Germantown section of Philadelphia. Okay, so yes. So my testimony is very important, and I'm glad we're having this hearing because the commercial corridors are very important, and also the work that has to be done in these corridors. We have several commercial corridors up here in the Germantown area. One where we just opened up several stores, and I think we're in probably one of the worst areas in the city. Up here, because where we are, this is where Safe Streets was started when John Street was the mayor. When Mayor John Street was in office, this was the first street that he put police on the corner, and they were on these corners for 24 hours, 7 days a week. And so, we have joined up with them to come out to make our community safe again, because we were averaging 6 murders a month in this particular area. And so it's very important that we got out there to do something about what was going on in the neighborhoods. So we started a campaign called Taking It to the Streets. And Taking It to the Streets was to engage the residents, to get the seniors and the children safe and able to come back out into these corridors, because if they can't, there won't be any shopping. People can't go out and get their groceries. People can't go to the corner stores. And so it's very important that this hearing that you're having today is much needed, very important. We've been asking for it. We've been looking for it and trying to figure out how we're going to make these corridors safe again. As I'm speaking on this platform today, I'm standing right here with a police officer sitting right here on this corner, right here as I'm talking to you right now. And had not this police officer been present out here in this neighborhood, we would definitely have shooting and murders right now as we speak. So we partnered with them and used a lot of our own money. We probably just spent over $5,000 on camera systems. Our cameras are almost better than the police cameras, and as a matter of fact, our cameras are over top of the police cameras. And these cameras, the police rely more on our cameras than they do their own cameras. And so this was for us to come back out to make our neighborhood safe. Public safety is a big issue in the city, all of the crime, the things that are happening right now. And, we just want to see this change. We want to see it turned around. We want to partner with the city and figure out how we all can do this, because the police can't do it. We can't do it alone. The neighbors can't do it. It has to be a collective effort of all of us coming together to make a change in our own communities. So our whole thing is retaking back our own communities. These are businesses and stores that we put in our community for the residents up here. As a matter of fact, as I'm speaking to you, I'm standing in a sporting goods sneaker store that we opened up probably about 8 months ago, right in this neighborhood. On that same corner, we have a restaurant, we have a barber shop, we have the sneaker store, we have 6 apartments as well as houses on that corner. And so we took it and turned this into our own commercial corridor with our own money, and everything else. So it's up to us really to try to make it safe, to try to do whatever we can. But we're really hoping that we can work together with the city to actually get this done, and not only in this particular area, but throughout the whole city. This is needed throughout the whole city. Again, I can't tell how much needed this hearing is, that we need public hearings. We should be having these hearings almost every day because we are in an urgency. And until this matter is fixed, until this is straightened out, I've been out here personally myself for the last 40 years. And I've come to the conclusion, I know I can't do it by myself. I can't do it with my own money, but that's not going to stop me from trying. But we are glad, again, Councilwoman, that these hearings are going on. We hope and pray that we're able to work together and join up with the city to turn our city around. We have faith that it can be done, but it has to be done from the religious leaders, has to be done from the business people, has to be done from the police officers, and we recognize that. And we just want to say that we're in, and that we hope that we can make a difference and that we can change the condition of our community. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to take some work. All of us need to be on board. All of us need to be doing this work. Again, representing the Islamic community, the Muslim community we're in. As you see, we're funding security guards, personal security guards that are taking it to the streets now. Just having a presence out there, walking amongst the businesses and all, making sure the businesses are safe, making sure the corridors are safe. And, so I think we're doing everything that we can do to actually do that. This is one location. We spent over $5,000 on camera systems. Another location, on Belfort Avenue, we spent another $5,000 on camera systems and putting up signs and all, letting the people know that the neighborhood is under security watch, that we're watching. And I think people have been very receptive to that. I think they want to see us come back out into the community and join back in, because we have to take our communities back block by block. But we have to do it together. We have to be on the same page. And again, if we don't, there won't be no business corridors. I can guarantee that, because nobody's going to come out and shop in these areas. Nobody's going to. We can't even get them to go to the corner store. As a matter of fact, and some of these areas now look like a ghost town, because people are just not coming out. They're not letting the children out. The children aren't safe walking to school. The seniors aren't safe sitting on their steps. The seniors aren't safe walking to the stores. And, so we have seen a decrease, in business as well. When a lot of these violence and shootings and all happen, we see a decrease that people just aren't patronizing and they just not coming out. And me, myself, personally, I don't blame them, until they see that there's an interest in the community, that somebody's trying to do something, that we're trying to keep them safe, and that we're trying to turn these neighborhoods around. Along with the businesses, we also made sure that we reopened the place of worship in that area as well, because I'm a strong believer that we also have to call the people back to prayer. We have to call the people back to God. And, if they're not praying, if they're not worshiping properly, then this is what we see. We just see chaos, we see confusion, we see hopelessness, and, we just want to, restore those good values and good things back in our community so that we can turn it around and change the condition of our community.
Imam, I know you called in. Imam. We're going to ask you, if you can, if your schedule allows, can you stay on with us, because we'll have questions for this panel. After you, we're going to hear from Jennifer Rodriguez, who's the president and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. But after her testimony, that's when we will ask questions. Are you able to stay on with us?
Yes, I'm able to stay on. I'll be glad to.
Okay. We just ask that you please put yourself on mute and then unmute yourself when Jennifer is finished, so that we can begin our line of questioning. But thank you so very much for being here, and we appreciate your testimony. Jennifer Rodriguez. Okay, I see you. Thank you, Jennifer. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Great, thank you, Councilwoman Sherelle Parker. I am Jennifer Rodriguez. I am the President and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I want to thank the committee for inviting me to speak to you today at this very, very important topic. I'll say something, I'll try and be very brief. I know some things here are repeating what other colleagues have mentioned, but it bears, unfortunately, it does bear repeating, right? Investments in preventing and fighting crime is a priority for Greater Philadelphia Hispanic Chamber members. In fact, in a joint survey conducted this summer by the diverse chambers of commerce of Philadelphia, that a joint survey by the African American Chamber, the LGBTQ Chamber, the Asian Chamber, and the Hispanic Chamber, showed that 90% of those who responded to the survey indicated that investment in fighting crime would have a positive or highly positive impact on their businesses. This was amongst the top responses that we received in that survey. We should be very concerned not only about actual crime, but also about the perception of crime and the fear of crime. In fact, research published by the academic journal Crime concludes that disorder alone, and what I mean by disorder is the ATVs, the loud music, the graffiti, the open container drinking, all these nuisances that we hear so much about and we have heard so much about today. Those are not, in some instances, they're not criminal activity per se. They might be violating some rules and some regulations, but that study concluded that disorder alone can create fear of crime and can discourage investments in neighborhoods. Crime and the fear of crime can reduce business revenue due to residents limiting their activities and avoiding businesses in areas that are perceived as being unsafe. Customers that are fearful of crime modify their behaviors. When customers' cars are broken into while they shop, or when they are harassed or threatened as they leave a restaurant, they will likely opt to dine and shop elsewhere. As a result, stores, as we have heard today, begin to reduce their hours of operations, eventually closing. Jobs disappear and tax revenue declines. It should be noted, however, that criminal activity does not need to take place in order for customers to modify their behavior. Disorder alone will create a perception that a location is unsafe. Businesses located in areas perceived as unsafe not only experience a reduction in customers, but also experience difficulty in hiring and retaining staff. They're subjected to increased insurance costs due to crime and must spend more in enhanced security measures, such as cameras and security guards. As a result, businesses themselves modify their operations. Again, they reduce their hours, scale back investments in their operations. Locations with a reputation of attracting crime attract less business investment. Fewer businesses expand or locate in these areas. And according to one study, an increase in violent crime during prime dinner hours from 5 o'clock to 9 p.m. reduces the presence of restaurants by roughly 40 points compared to areas where little crime is occurring. So reduced economic activity, particularly in our commercial corridors, has a negative impact in the quality of life of our neighborhoods, which can become a downward spiral of disinvestment, as we have heard today. Disorder, crime, and the perception of crime reduce the number of customers and the number of people willing to work, in which then in turn, that results in businesses reducing hours, scaling back. This decline in activity makes the area less attractive, not only for new businesses, but it becomes less attractive for residents, and so on. Let's be clear. The rapid increase in crime that we are experiencing in Philadelphia is solvable. There is ample research on this subject, with evidence that well-executed crime prevention and reduction programs can have a significant impact in improving the safety in our communities. Problem-oriented policing, or POP, is a tested methodology for diagnosing and solving problems that increase crime risk. This methodology takes the guesswork out of crime fighting by collecting crime data, analyzing the causes of the problem, developing a solution, testing the solution, evaluating the outcome of the interventions. To be successful, this process requires engaging community members, analyzing the available data, and developing a good understanding of the situation at the neighborhood level. In the early 2000s, when I worked at Asociación Puertorriqueños en Marcha, we collaborated with residents and the 26th Police District to reduce crime. We focused on understanding the sources of crime, developing trust between residents and police, and trained the residents and the police on the crime prevention through environmental design technique, or CEPTIT, a series of interventions that help them and the residents gain control over the community through physical improvements, such as the renovation of a pocket park, gardening, and abating blight. This community-based approach resulted in a 30% reduction in crime in one of the most notorious hotspots in the 26th Police District. Reducing crime, and just as importantly, reducing the perception of crime and the fear of crime, are a matter of urgency. We must not let the reputation of Philadelphia as an unsafe city to spread, because this will result in a downward spiral that will be very, very hard to recover from. Crime is solvable, but we must act now. And so we as business leader and community leaders should not stop until every child, every family, every business person feels that they can live, work, and do business in a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Jennifer, for your testimony. I'm going to ask this question of every panel that we've heard from, and we'll call this our late lightning round. We want you to respond, Jennifer. Although your testimony, in essence, you answered, give a snapshot to the people of Philadelphia who are watching this hearing. What is your response when you hear someone say, Philadelphia should not be investing in community policing? We don't need officers on bike patrol, on commercial corridors and in neighborhoods. We don't need officers walking the beat and signing the log the way they used to. We just don't need it, and we shouldn't be making that investment. What's your response to them?
I will say that evidence suggests otherwise. Evidence suggests that police on patrol, police on bikes, police developing relationships with neighbors is a true and tried method for improving the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Of course, accountability is paramount. We should hold not only police accountable, but we should hold ourselves as residents accountable for the quality of life of our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Imam, are you still with us, Imam Muhammad?
Yes, I'm still here, Councilwoman, yes.
Imam, what is your response? You're out there right now. You describe to us physically where you are. What's your response when someone comes up to you and they say, Imam, you're wrong. We don't need community policing. We don't need police walking the beat. We don't need police riding their bikes. We are already over police. So what's your response if someone says that to you?
Well, my response is that right now, as the mayor said, that this is probably going to be the highest murder rate in our history of our lifetime. And so I think that's crazy. I think it's ridiculous. We've had the police out here for years. They've disappeared. We asked that they could be sent back out here because, again, I stand out here and I work out here and I'm out here in the streets with the people. It's not safe for the people to come out in the street. The police presence is very well needed. Checking on these businesses, going into the businesses, logging in, bike patrols, anything that we could do at this point, I think it needs to be done. And if we don't do it, I think really that really is a crime and a shame on us. If we think that we don't have to do this, I think the people that are locked in their homes, that are held hostages on these blocks, I think they beg to differ. These people want to come outside. These people are locked in their homes. They've been locked in from the pandemic. They've been locked in from COVID. Now they're locked in from crime. Now they're held hostage in their own homes. And they can't even come out on their own blocks. And some of them have been on these blocks for 40 and 50 years. Mm-hmm. And so for us to think that we don't have to make them safe, for us to think that we don't have to have a police presence out here, because I see the difference. When the police are out here, more people come out. More people go to the store. More people are roaming the streets. Children are playing in the streets again. And so that's a sense of normalcy back to us. So anybody that say that we don't need that, I wouldn't even open my mouth to even try to argue with them. I think it's the most ridiculous thing that I've ever seen in my life. And we do a lot of policing on our own. It's the truth. We do a lot of policing on our own because that's our motto, taking it to the streets. But again, I think with us working together, I think that it makes a better impact. We feel better, the police feel better, and the citizens in those neighborhoods feel better. And those corridors, just as that young sister just said, the one that was just speaking, those corridors will thrive again because don't think for a second that we're not going to lose business if they don't.
Right. Thank
Nobody's
you so
going to come here.
No, thank you so very much, Jennifer. Thank you, Imam Mohammed, for even being with us and getting on the record relative to this issue today. Imam, when you said you wouldn't even give them the time of day if they said we don't need community policing, you made me smile and chuckle, and you made me chuckle because you'd be surprised how many people will seriously stand up and what they consider to be righteousness to tell us about what they think is best for neighborhoods that many of those who were on earlier panels have said they know absolutely nothing about. So thank you both so very much for your testimony. I don't see any comments or questions in the chat box from any of my colleagues. So thank you. And Rachel, can you please call the folks on the next panel scheduled to testify with us today?
Yes, we have Karen Fegley testifying on behalf of the Commerce Department, but there are also, on behalf of the administration, I believe Celine Wilson and Michelle Price are available to answer questions from Commerce. And I see Captain Matthew Gillespie and Captain Nicholas Smith on from the Police Department, who are on hand to answer questions. And then we also have Gregory Holston from the District Attorney's Office and Bob Listenby as well from the District Attorney's Office. And I'm sorry if I missed anyone from Commerce or Police or MDO.
Got it. Let me acknowledge before Ms. Karen Fegley from the Commerce Department speaks. Let me acknowledge my colleague Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a comment before this panel starts.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Majority Leader. Very quickly, I just wanted to thank the last panel. I've been listening in to all of your testimony and really wanted to thank David Sims from Eatable Delights in your great council district, Council Majority Leader Parker, who has been working with a lot of us throughout the city. I just wanted to tell him thank you for your service and for the Bynum Hospitality Group for all the work they do across the city. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, Council Member Gilmore Richardson. And Karen Fegley, if you will just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. Good afternoon, members of the Joint Law and Government and Commerce and Economic Development Committee. My name is Karen Fegley. I am the Deputy Commerce Director of the Office of Neighborhood Business Services. So thanks for having me here today to provide testimony on the relationship between public safety and economic vitality of our neighborhood commercial corridors. As a city of neighborhoods, our commercial corridors, remain a vital factor in providing jobs, goods, and services, and a place for neighbors to come together as a community. And as our economy moves to fully reopen, businesses will need employees to work and patrons to shop with confidence. Our recovery will suffer if neighborhood corridors cannot reopen fully due to public safety concerns. And we've heard a lot of those concerns today. I'm going to shorten my testimony, just considering that we've heard so much today. We know the relationship building in neighborhoods is critical. We rely heavily on our corridor managers and community organizations to act as our boots on the ground. For neighborhood corridors that don't have a CDC or a business improvement district, our own business service managers are essential. In addition, our Office of Business Services meets with district police captains just to make a connection, to introduce commerce programs and explain our services and discuss ways and activities and interventions where we might collaborate. The Commerce Department also, we oversee investments on our corridors. So we make meaningful investments for clean, safe, and vibrant corridors. In addition to the corridor cleaning programs through TCB and our storefront improvement program, neighborhood corridors also benefit from streetscape enhancements, including LED streetlights and the installation of city-owned cameras. Thank you to City Council. Funding has been restored this year to our business security camera program. This allows businesses to install security camera and be reimbursed up to 50% of that cost. On that note, one of the requirements of that program is that the businesses register their cameras with the police's SafeCam system. This assists the police in crime-fighting efforts. We need as many eyes and ears on the ground as possible in our battle against gun violence and other crimes. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and moreover, to hear from all these colleagues and partners. Councilwoman, you sure know how to put together some panels. With me today, as was named from the administration, are two of Commerce Department's talented business services managers, Salim Wilson and Michelle Price. Also from the Police Department, we have Captain Matthew Gillespie of the 18th District and Captain Nicholas Smith of the 14th District. And Erica Atwood, from the Managing Director's Office is also here, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much for being here. We appreciate each of you. We want to let Gregory Holston, I saw him on. Gregory Holston, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. And,
thank you. We're going to ask Gregory Holston to state his name for the record and proceed with his testimony, and then we'll get through our line of questioning after both of you have spoken. So thank you so much, Gregory Holston, for being with us today.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Gregory Holston. I'm Senior Advisor here for Policy and Advocacy at the District Attorney's Office. And again, thankful for all of your work, Councilperson Parker, for all of your work putting this panel together. It has been quite a fascinating panel. I've listened to most of the conversations and agree with most of what was said here in terms of commercial districts. I want people to know that I'm a father of my father was a business person in the 1950s on South Street, had a barbershop, and 40 years of same business in Norristown as well, and an aunt that had a restaurant on Girard Avenue in the 1960s and the 1970s. So the entrepreneurship is a great part of our family, and a lot of the things that even some of my sisters and cousins are doing right now. And I'm also quite aware of the crime problem that is facing our city. I've been involved in closing nuisance bars down and taking quite a long time in doing that. And I've been involved as a pastor on the commercial corridor here in the Germantown area, right around Temple Hospital. I believe I was with Councilman Clark and Councilwoman Bass when we did get some lighting on that particular corridor, and worked with those business people, had them over my church, talking to them about many of these same issues. So I'm quite familiar with the ideas around, better facing, better front, better commercial fronting, how much that improves the community. Quite familiar with the lighting issue and the need for that. Quite familiar with the need for really every one of these corridors to have a center city district. We tried to do that on that Germantown corridor. Those businesses simply did not have enough money to be able to afford that. And any kind of subsidy that this council can be able to do support corridors to having those kinds of center city districts as far as cleaning, but also as far as the kind of ambassadorship kind of things that even the individual from the center city district talked about, I think are all great and important things. And we did have one police officer who really made it his point to work with the commercial corridor in that Germantown area. He was moved out of that area. That was not a good thing for the work that was going on there. But he was on bike at times. He was in the neighborhood, but he also just kind of worked with the businesses, which I think is just a really important thing to happen in terms of relationship and community policing. That period I was working with that corridor was from about 2011 to 2015, and they made some progress. So I agree with all of those things that have been said, and of course we're quite aware of the pandemic and how it's accelerated all of the criminal activity that's going on. The murder rate is 30% up across the nation, not just in Philadelphia, but up across the nation, which makes all of these issues even more and more important to address because of the level of violence. I do want to say one thing, however. I think it's important to say in this context that I really don't think has been said. And people, many progressives do say this, that all of the things we're talking about are very important and are helpful to businesses, but really will not solve in the long run the crime problem in those communities, even pre-pandemic. We've had a murder rate in this city for the last 50 years that has averaged 362 murders. We've gone from highs of 400 and 506 murders in the 1990s to as low as 247 around 2013, and now it's going back up again, even before the pandemic. It has been a historic part of this city over the last 50 years. And it's really been in these areas that, according to the 1937 redlining map, was scheduled for disinvestment almost over 100 years ago. And banks and all of the investment people who put money into neighborhoods targeted these neighborhoods because they had black people in them, as part of what redlining is, are called undesirable neighborhoods that long ago. And we're seeing the legacy of that in these communities. And so until we address not just the policing issue, but the real tangible investment issue into these communities, where we put billions of dollars into Center City. We put billions of dollars to create an avenue of the arts. We put billions of dollars into all of these districts now that you see, University City and all of the rest of them. We put billions of dollars through some of it through tax abatement, where we gave tax abatements back to people. We put billions of dollars, and it was all a part of the Rendell administration in the 1990s to regrow Center City. And much of our state dollars still goes to Center City and still has not made that transition to our commercial corridors. John Street, when he became mayor, tried to make a transformation and change in that direction, but it just didn't happen for a lot of reasons. And so still these corridors have not received the kinds of investments that other parts of the city have that are now safe today. And so I disagree with one thing. People say, please, if you have safety first, you'll get investment. Now I say, if you put the major investment in first, you'll have the safety, because the police will come and make sure that those neighborhoods are taken care of, plus the community as a whole, which will prosper more because of the investment. And so while I'm agreeing with so much of what all of these panel people are saying, I just don't think we have talked enough about the historic roots of why these commercial corridors are suffering the way they are now. And until we deal with some real tangible investment, that instead of blocking the investment, which happened for at least 50 years of blocking investment in these communities, we won't really make the kinds of change we need to make. And my friend, the first assistant here, Bob Listenby, is here also to address some of the budget issues and concerns from the DA's office perspective. But I wanted to make sure I shared that as well, not just as a member of the DA's office, but as a member of the community as a whole. Bob, are you here?
Bob, are you connected?
He may have been tied up, so maybe he can get on in a moment.
Okay, so Reverend Holston, what we'll do is we'll proceed for our Q&A for this panel. And in the meantime, if Bob comes back on, please let us know, and we will make sure we give him an opportunity to put any comments on the record as it relates to the district attorney's office. But we want to thank you so very much for being here and offering your comments today. With that being said, let me start by saying that we've structured this hearing in a way that's a little abnormal considering how we usually organize panels and public hearings here in the city council. We started with those people who are on the ground doing the work, heads of business associations, collaboratives across the city. Next, we talked to actual business owners, along with those who work with CDCs and others. We heard from a chamber, and now we come to the administration. First, from the police department, Fran Healy, know our thoughts and prayers are with you right now. But Captain Gillespie and Captain Smith, I'm going to ask each of you, are you present right now?
I am, council member. How are you? This is Captain Gillespie from the 18th.
Okay, hi, Captain Gillespie. Captain Smith, are you with us?
Council member, I am. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Listen, if we've listened to the testimony that we've heard today from the business owners who are on the ground, those who are working on our neighborhood-based commercial corridors, working to keep them organized, safe, clean, well lit, with cameras, they have all said the same thing. And I asked each and every panel the same question. So I don't want you to think. Yes.
I'm sorry to introduce. I just had a shooting at 4500 Chester. I have to leave.
Okay, that's fine. We'll ask Captain Smith if he can address this on behalf of the department. Captain Smith, we asked every panel, what was your response to anyone who says that we don't need community-based policing that includes our bike patrol officers, officers walking the beat, going back to the time when it was standard operating procedure for them on a daily basis to go in and out of businesses? They signed a log. They were near schools, rec centers. They knew generations of families. And quite frankly, an issue that I've heard on numerous occasions that I supported a great deal when I was in Harrisburg, and that was the issue of witness relocation, because sometimes we can't get people to testify because, you know, they are afraid. The beat officer, the bike patrol officer, because of the trust and relationship that he or she developed with the community, they often got access to information that the department otherwise wouldn't have. I want you to give me an overall response to that, and then I want you to tell me, what is it going to cost? What every time you have been one of my most active captains in the 9th Councilmatic District. We've walked together and knocked on doors together when we were responding to a crisis, and then sometimes just to say, hey, we're here. We see some activity taking place, to talk to the people who were standing on the corner and those residents. This is going to cost something. Can you give us a response for the cost of this type of community policing that was clearly sort of asked for in multiple ways today, and then tell us about why that is not occurring today?
Okay. With regards to the cost, I don't have the cost of it.
Captain Smith, excuse me, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony so the stenographer will have her notes correct.
I apologize. My name is Captain Nicholas Smith, commanding officer of the 14th District, over here in Germantown. I serve the area of Germantown, West Oak Lane, Mount Airy. With regards to the cost, I'm not sure if Inspector Healy is on the line who will answer to the cost. But to answer your question, I mean, everybody is safer in a community where the police and community members, residents, business owners have communication. Everybody's safer. It goes hand in hand, everybody working together. Like the old days, you see the beat cop out there or the officer on the bike, they were privy to information, you know what I mean, sooner, quicker, rather than later. Building that strong relationship, we have several commercial corridors in the 14th Police District. I'd love to have an officer stationed at every one, I would. A beat cop or a bike cop. It opens lines of communication, is what it does. Residents feel safer, communities feel safer, business owners feel safer. The shoppers who go to these commercial corridors feel safer when the officer is out there. Back to school shopping when they're taking their kids to get those last minute items. They feel safer in those commercial corridors with officers out there. So my response is, trying to come up with a game plan to put them out there would be beneficial to everybody. I think it's going to take a lot of work, but we could probably get it done. And just building on those relationships, quality of life issues that are going on, any type of nuisances in the area, they can, with the officer on location right there, that communication is there with the business owners and the officers.
Captain, help us, if you can, understand what are the barriers to implementing some of the solutions that you heard today, like the bike patrol, like the beat officers? Because we've heard, for example, with police, the department says it's down about 300 officers right now. And so I'm thinking about Maria from ASE in her testimony. She talked about short-term, immediate solutions, and she talked about long-term solutions. And so right now, because we are truly in the midst of the crisis, we need help now. So in my mind, I'm thinking Councilman Curtis Jones Jr. just introduced a resolution trying to explore Lincoln University and Cheney University becoming formal and official feeders to the police department for recruitment. I'm thinking right now, what have we done with the Community College of Philadelphia and the School District of Philadelphia to go right in to attract folks to apply? Since, let's just be quite frank, the brand of being a law enforcement officer, remember when a lot of us were kids, I'm a 70s baby, I was born in 72. I remember a lot of people saying, well, what do you want to do? Some folks said they want to be a police officer, they want to be a firefighter. That is not true anymore. I mean, it's what happened with George Floyd and Chauvin and so many other examples of the misuse and abuse of authority that we've seen happen with law enforcement. Some folks have said that the brand is so tainted that we don't want to do it. And then you have elected officials, particularly those of us who represent districts, who go out when they're talking to people, and our people even say to us, not all police officers are Derek Chauvin. Moody and Merchant, who were our bike patrol officers and our community sort of policing leaders, they were not Derek Chauvin. We trusted them. What are the barriers, and why isn't this being implemented right now, Captain?
All right. So with regards to staff in the commercial corridors, it comes down to manpower issues. Is really what it's coming down to. It's coming down to us needing more officers in the districts out there on patrol. That's the barrier that I face. I mean, as commanding officers, I can speak for the other commanding officers of districts in the city. It's up to the CAD to hold us accountable. I say all the time, to put the officers right place at the right time. It's a balancing act for us. It really, really is. It's challenging times. I've been with the police department for 21 years now, and we are facing challenging times right now. We really, really are, but it comes down to manpower issues that we're seeing, that I'm experiencing, and I know the other districts are experiencing it as well. We're data driven. You know what I mean? We have our technology in place, and we are data driven, intelligence gathering. So we go where the data takes us. We have a lot of group on group violence in the city of Philadelphia right now. Anybody who, come work, play in this city can see it. You see it on the news every day. The murder rate, we finished up with 499 for 2020. We haven't seen those numbers since 1990. So we are experiencing a lot of violent crime. It's a lot of group on group violence, a lot of social media that's driving some of this crime. So, we don't forget about our commercial corridors, because, violent crime can happen around the commercial corridors, with regards to shootings, robberies, retail thefts. But it comes down to manpower. So when we identify, a block, a residential block that's experiencing group on group violence, that's where we're going to deploy our officers, because we have some locations, especially in the 14th district, I have some locations where an officer if an officer is not on that corner or on that block visible, somebody's going to get shot out there, plain and simple. And that's what we're experiencing in some locations in the 14th district. So when it comes to, trying to deploy an officer, a footbeat and a bike to a commercial corridor, or, another location where I know a shooting is going to happen and an officer is not there, that's where we have to station an officer. So, the bottom line to your question is manpower permitting.
So manpower, and I respect that. I respect that response, because you let us know that that is an issue. But when you say manpower, two issues come up. We're talking about recruitment, and we're talking about how we're going to pay for it. And so if we're talking about, because what you're describing is what we're hearing on the ground, and you've been with me on these meetings throughout the summer, Captain, when people have called for the community policing in the form of the bike patrol and the officer walking the beat. This is not Sherelle Parker. This is from residents and business owners saying this is what we want in our neighborhoods. Their question is, why do we see officers simply responding to a crisis? There was a shooting, we have to go. Something is occurring, that's where we have to go. If we would make an investment on the front end, or in community policing, then it would in essence pay for itself in terms of the economic impact and the increased revenue to the city. So your response to why this is not standard operating procedure is that, number one, the issue is manpower. And I want to make sure that I'm characterizing your response to all that you've heard today correctly, that you're saying the number one barrier to doing what we described as standard operating procedure for those beat officers and bike patrol is manpower. Is that correct, Captain Smith?
Yes, that's correct. It's manpower. It's recruiting and retaining the officers as well.
And retention. Has anyone from the police department been able to get on who can give us a response about quantifying the cost of throughout? Think about the major, and Karen Fegley, help me with this one. Give me the number of commercial corridors in the city. I know we have a huge amount, but the active ones, where we have managers, the number I'm looking for.
Yeah, the ones we usually are talking about, like our sort of neighborhood, heavily populated corridors, there's about 80 of them across the city.
Okay, about 80. And I thank you, Karen Fegley from the Commerce Department, for that response. I do think that Fran Healy from the Police Department is on, who could give us a quantifiable response to what it would cost the department, if you're on, Fran, what it would cost the department to ensure that we had community policing in and around the neighborhood commercial corridors that we have here in the city of Philadelphia, that you just heard Karen give us a number for. Are you on, Fran?
I am. I'm sorry I don't have video. I apologize, but I am on. When that first question was presented, the issue was, how many corridors were we talking about? What's the hours that we're looking for operation? So I have basic numbers for the hourly cost for a police officer, which aren't going to be very helpful for this discussion. But I can reach out with Karen and figure out exactly how many how many locations you're looking for, how large those facilities are, and then come up with a better estimate of how much it would in a perfect world, assuming we had all the money in the world and all the police officers available. How much would it approximately cost? Because there is no distinguishing dollar value per se for a bicycle officer versus a beat officer versus an officer in a car. We have just a standardized cost on how much it costs, pension benefits and everything all along those lines. But I'll try to work something out with an approximate number. If we come up with, if it's the 80 what you want to use, then I'll coordinate with Deputy Commissioner Coulter to get you a better number. Because I really wasn't sure what you wanted, and so I didn't want to throw out numbers. But I'd much rather, after this hearing, go back to deal with Karen, and then I can deal with the actual chief inspectors of those areas to figure out what do they think it would take manpower. And let me just say, question: you're saying permanently assigned to those locations?
Right, and so, Fran, I want to say thank you for that for your response and that context. What we're trying to figure out is that in the midst of everything that we are going through now relative to the amount of gun violence that we are addressing, we are in response mode, crisis response mode. We're talking about going back to the day where Captain Smith, Captain Gillespie, and the other captains are not having to say, you can't be walking a beat or on bike patrol on that corridor in that area today, because we've had 10 shootings in different locations, and we need you all responding immediately to that. We're talking about it being standard operating procedure, nothing special, not taken away from anything else, but these officers specifically assigned in these corridors, because when they're on the corridors, that meant Moody and Merchant, M&M. Those are two officers I referred to throughout the hearing. They weren't just on the commercial quarters. They were at the schools. They were at the rec centers. They were driving around wherever the people were, traffic were. They were the neighborhood officers, and that's what we're referencing. Yes, and so you will be able to go back, Mr. Healy, and get us a dollar amount?
A dollar amount, and also it's not just dollars, but the number of officers we had when we were able to do that. The numbers were substantially more, and that's really what it comes. It's really the number of officers available that you can keep them on a stationary, not a stationary post. You can keep them on a post. It's a matter of, like I said, a crisis call comes out. Our jobs are rated by priorities. Even in the day when you had steady beats in these corridors, if crime broke out, those officers still responded. I mean, but it wasn't like they got sucked into it. I mean, it was something that would happen. But yeah, they were dedicated to certain areas, and I will look into that. But it was more so the number of officers we had that gave the captains the flexibility to detail them in certain, not detail, but to place them in certain areas. But I'll package that all up for you, man.
And Mr. Healy, my final question for you. So one, that's a dollar amount. Two, you'll give us sort of the number of officers that would be needed in order for us to accomplish a citywide community policing model that went back to bicycle, beat, and even some car patrol. So we'll get that from you. Can you also talk to us, if you will, about emergency recruitment? And we know this is not just with Philadelphia. So for the benefit of any of our people, our residents of this great city who are watching today, this is not a phenomenon just in the city of Philadelphia. This is across the nation. Yes, long-term strategies are needed. We heard a lot of solutions being proffered today about the Explorers. Councilmember Jones, I mentioned earlier, talking about Lincoln University, my alma mater, and Cheney University becoming feeders. But right now, Mr. Healy, can we use the school district of Philadelphia along with the Community College of Philadelphia and any of our other institutions to go directly in and use them as recruitment mechanisms and or pipelines? Because
yes,
we've got
actually, yeah, under the leadership of Deputy Commissioner Wimberly, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Since the ordinance changed, restricting on where we can recruit, it did put a challenge. It is a challenge. We face in Philadelphia, regrettably, is NYPD and Baltimore PD oftentimes coming to Philadelphia and taking some of the best candidates for this position. So we are struggling, but I do know she has a plan that involves, I believe, the community college, because the age starts to be 22, but we are working in collaboration with a lot of the, trying to work a collaborative attack or approach with all the universities within the city, not just one, to try to make them into a feeder mechanism as to, what this is about and try to entice people to join the job. But as Captain Smith just mentioned, not only do we have an issue with recruitment, it's retention. Just last week, I think we lost 2 officers with only 7 years on the job. From my day, that's honestly unheard of. Just the issue of being a police officer today is very tough. I mean, the officers try to do the right thing, and it's just a very tough job nowadays. It was much tougher than several years ago. So the retention side of it, we're also trying to work on. So we don't want to be blind to, we get everybody in the door and everybody's leaving after 2 years. That's not successful. So we're trying to do a tandem approach with that, and Deputy Commissioner Wimberly, through the recruitment unit, is actually actively looking at those avenues as feeder streams into the Philadelphia Police Department.
Thank you. And I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to go to my colleague, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, and then I'll come back for a second round. Aside from enhancing overall public safety on our commercial corridors and the immediate surrounding community, I would argue that this community policing strategy will also help the police department with recruitment. The only way we will find ourselves being able to rid the stain of the Chauvin-like persona that many have about law enforcement and the police department across the nation is if they get to see the opposite of what Chauvin represented. You don't get to see the opposite of what Chauvin represented when you don't see the officers in your neighborhood, like Moody and Merchant, who knew generations. And if you were getting out of line, doing something wrong on a commercial quarter, at the school or at the rec center, Moody and Merchant, even if you ran and got away, or somebody said you had a firearm, or you were hanging out with the gang, Moody and Merchant would go to your grandmom, your grandpop, your mom, your dad, the principal. They knew who you were. So you couldn't put one over on them. And 9 times out of 10, you know, even if you did get away and they couldn't see your face, somebody was going to tell because their tentacles were in the community because people trusted them. So when we look at this, and to the people of Philadelphia, I want this to also sort of penetrate. Community-based policing is also about restoring the very tainted image of being a police officer. And we want Black people to be police officers. We want brown people to be police officers. We want people of all races and ethnicities to remember that when you do it right, and it's about protecting and serving our community from a preventive perspective, it's an honorable profession. You can do it right. With that being said, let me defer to my colleague, Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you to everyone who has provided testimony on the last several panels.
Parker.
Pardon me? Oh.
I'm sorry, there was
Can you
somebody
hear
with
me?
a point of information who was speaking while Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson was speaking. Okay, we're just going to ask everyone to go on mute while Councilmember Gilmore Richardson is going.
Councilwoman Parker,
Whomever it is who's trying to speak, we can't hear you. Whomever is trying to speak, your audio is not coming through. If need be, can you disconnect and then reconnect, and we'll bring you back. Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Majority Leader. And again, thank you to everyone who provided testimony on the panels most recently. I just wanted to offer a question to the Philadelphia Police Department specifically regarding our commercial corridors throughout the city and talk about this proliferation of stores that are setting up on these corridors and across communities that are selling drug paraphernalia. And if you could talk about specific to those corridors, if you've seen any increased activity, or have you all had to go out more often than other corridors that may not have these stores that are selling drug paraphernalia? So if you could just help me out with that, because we've spoken with a number of the business improvement districts across the city and the commercial development corporations who have told us the proliferation of these stores across Philadelphia is really detrimental to their business model and has made it very difficult for them to operate. So I wanted to offer that question specifically to the Philadelphia Police Department to help us understand what you all are facing relative to stores that are selling drug paraphernalia.
Sure. If I can, like I said, I apologize for the lack of video. It's Frayne Healy. What I think you have to understand, we're working with, we have a committee, a nuisance committee that works regularly, actually, and spearheaded through the law department. Chief Solicitor is Kristen Bray, and we coordinate with the Philadelphia Police, DA's office, L&I, Liquor Board, State Police, Fire Department, and what we do is we identify those target locations on a regular basis, and actually then we'll do, I forgot Health Department too, which has been a great help. And we go out there as a team. So we may not have anything outrightly illegal up front that the police can do, but they may not have the proper licensing. They may not have the proper inspections. But we're responding to the complaint-driven complaints that are being submitted to the captain's offices. So we've done a few of these. I wouldn't say they're raids, but it's a whole cadre of people getting together on a certain date, time, and location, and then we handle, and then they actually go after each one of those locations. And the goal really isn't honest to shut people down. Our goal is to get people to comply, to be good business people. And so, but if you don't want to comply, I mean, we have every arm of city government, state and state government available to address it. So the health department's incredibly helpful in that a lot of times, because the licensing for health issues is oftentimes overlooked. So that's always a very good tool for us. So working in collaboration through the law department, we've been very, very successful. So some places have been shut down. Law departments acted on certain places. More places actually just get into compliance, understanding that you just can't do whatever you want here in Philadelphia, that we see what you're doing and we're not going to allow it to happen. So we do have a coordinated group. I don't want to say a task force. I don't like using that word, but it's a nuisance committee. We meet. Actually, we met earlier today. I wasn't able to meet.
On.
Yeah. So it was. That's what we do regularly. And the coordinating. I had a list of, just for today, I had a list of locations. So I do the run from the police data side. L&I does their side, and then we figure out the best plan of attack to make sure these businesses comply. So that's our strategy that we've been working with rather for the last several years. Has worked rather successfully. And so, did that answer your question, man?
No, it did. And Fran, remind me of your new title, because I want to be respectful of your new title. Fran?
Fran, yeah, just I'm a staff inspector by rank, but I serve as special advisor here.
Yes, inspector. I wanted to be respectful of your new role, because we worked together for many years when I was a staffer here in council. But at any rate, I wanted to thank you for your response. I was on the meeting. I did get on earlier in between this hearing. I jumped off the hearing to get on the nuisance committee meeting and then back onto the hearing. But I really wanted to underscore how important the task force is for businesses and for our commercial corridors across the city of Philadelphia. As you stated, not only does the task force do the work, do the work of researching these businesses and checking to ensure they have the proper licensing and zoning, but also if there are issues, they can educate and help these individuals come into compliance. And so I asked the question because you know that I have passed legislation around these drug paraphernalia stores who are, can somebody go on mute? Okay, thank you. About these drug paraphernalia stores that are operating without the proper zoning. And so I know that we have a whole bunch across the city, and what we were doing with L&I initially and with health and the partners that you all work with on the task force was to sort of break it down by region or by area or by council district, right? Because we know it's so many, we can't get to them all, but we were trying to do it regionally. But if you could talk about the type of resources that are necessary, for the committee to be able to really work on the number of businesses that we have that are nuisance businesses, what more can we do from a council perspective around allocating resources to ensure that L&I, health, all the other city departments at law that we're interfacing with, as well as some of the other departments, have the resources necessary for us to do this enforcement? Because, sure. I mean, we just have a proliferation of these businesses on our neighborhood commercial corridors. Where Councilmember Jones did the overlay last year, it was 6 of the businesses of that type of business on a 2-block radius over in the 4th Council District. And it's everywhere we've gone. I've been in the 6th Council District on the ground. I've been in the 7th Council District on the ground. I've been in the 4th Council District, and then we went to the 5th Council District, and we're still making our way around the city. But it's obvious that we don't have as much resources to adequately address this issue and really get to the root causes of why these nuisance businesses are on our corridors. So what type of resources do you think we need as far as for that committee, for health, for L&I, for everyone to be effective?
So let me So let's explain how we do the enforcement. We do the meeting, we meet together, we collect all our data, we do the analysis, and then from existing resources within each of our agencies, we compile a team for that night or for that day to go out. In a perfect world, obviously, if we had, unlimited resources, we could have a steady team that could work with the police and L&I and everybody else on a regular basis, and that would be their full-time job. Right now, what we do is when we have when we compile something, we'll set a date and we're pulling people from other resources. We'll pull police officers off other stuff to use them for a 4 or 5 hour, push. L&I dedicates a handful of people. Everybody actually borrows somebody for the initiative. And then when they're done, they go back and do their obvious jobs because everyone's short, not just the police department. But if in a perfect world there was dedicated people from each department, so it wouldn't just be the police department asking for additional resources. It would be each one of our partners as well. And like I said, some of them are state agencies. But if we had a dedicated enforcement that you do, every 3 days, we're out there doing an enforcement initiative, or every day, you'd have a dramatic impact. Right now, we put together the team. They go out and address the nuisances that we have, and then they go back to their other jobs. But I think that would be my only suggestion of if you wanted something dramatic. I mean, like I said, that's it's a resource limitation, but not just ours, because we're not the only ones involved in this. Everybody else is shorthanded as well, health, L&I. But that would be, in a perfect world, my suggestion.
Okay, and just as a quick follow-up, if you could detail if there is increased criminal activity that impacts the positive public safety of the community around where these stores are located. And then I also just wanted to offer the same question I asked to Inspector Healy to you as well, Erica Atwood, if you could address that question as well, because it's really a huge issue that we are seeing across the city. Inspector Healy?
Was that for me or for?
Yes. Do you see increased criminal activity around the stores that sell drug paraphernalia on our commercial corridors?
I can tell, without having the statistics in front of me, anecdotally, of course, yes. I mean, but also around nuisance, not just those type of businesses, nuisance behavior or nuisance businesses in general, which was why we were very helpful for Councilperson Bass's nuisance legislation that was passed several years ago. That's been very successful, and actually not shutting businesses, but getting them to comply. It works very, very well. So I'm very happy we have that one in place. But yes, of course, when there's nuisance activity, the crime follows from it. That's anecdotally from me. I don't have statistics. I can get them for you if you want.
That would be helpful, Inspector Healy. And Ms. Atwood, before you respond to the question, Madam Majority Leader, I just wanted to really highlight and underscore what Inspector Healy is stating around the nuisance task force and the collaboration amongst the departments like the police department, like L&I, the health department, and others who come together around these nuisance businesses operating across the city to address the problems that we're seeing in our neighborhoods. This is a part of the public safety issue and the economic vitality of our commercial corridors that you are seeking to understand with this resolution and with this hearing. So I really want to underscore the need for us as a body to look at this upcoming and these upcoming appropriations hearings and look at this as an opportunity for us to have more resources for these departments for this specific issue, because you know that a healthy commercial corridor, because you've done all the work on this issue, Madam Majority Leader, you know that a healthy commercial corridor helps to have a healthy neighborhood. So please, I just wanted to underscore that before Erica Atwood responds to the second question as well. But this is a critical issue that we really need to address.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erica Atwood. I serve as Senior Director for the Office of Policy and Strategic Initiatives for Criminal Justice and Public Safety. In my purview is reentry, violence prevention, criminal justice reform, and town watch. To answer your question, the Roadmap to Safer Communities is our 5-year comprehensive plan. As a part of the roadmap, we do take a place-based approach, and one of our pillars is better coordinated city services. As a part of this, we hold weekly tactical meetings, and I will say a shout out to Captain Smith, who presented last week, and appreciated his presentation about what's happening in the 14th Police District. But what we do as a part of this is we work hand in hand with Kristen and PPD in the law department and PPD and LNI as they are working kind of on the ongoing strategy for the reduction and the closure of nuisance businesses. We in our tactical meetings work with the captains in the various districts that are the most vulnerable to gun violence to do triage on these issues. And so if we know that there's an immediate issue that needs to be seen that may not be kind of in the pipeline for the strategy and any immediacy, it gets highlighted. And it's not just in the tactical meeting. What we've communicated to the police captains is that this is an ongoing relationship. You, because of your vulnerability to gun violence, you are a high priority. If you see that there are issues that you need immediate attention, yes, absolutely go to the nuisance task force, but also know that we are a resource as well. And so we've been working kind of in tandem with them, not being duplicative, but what are the pieces that we can put stitches and band-aids on as they are doing the full-scale remediation.
Okay, thank you. That's really, really good to know. And I thank you for the work that you all are doing in tandem with the task force, because we have to really get to the root of the issues that we are seeing in our communities, particularly, I can say from experience in my neighborhood, but all across the city. We are besieged by gun violence and public safety issues on our commercial corridors that is spilling out into our communities. A couple weeks ago, maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, there was a shooting at the corner of my block, okay, about 5 feet from my front door, okay, and I live about a block or two from a commercial corridor. We really have to get our hands on this issue, and I thank you, Madam Majority Leader, for this hearing and for all the responses. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so very much, and I do know that we are going to hear very shortly from Mr. Robert Listenby. We were trying to get you earlier, Robert, right after Mr. Holston spoke from the DA's, Reverend Holston from the District Attorney's Office. You were going to be part 2, but we had some technical challenges, so we're going to call on you in a second. Before we do that, I just needed to get a few points of information on the record. There is someone who is watching this hearing today, and they are saying, where is our Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw? Let me note this for the record. Commissioner Outlaw was invited to be here today. Our hearing is scheduled according to when we can get dates in our city council process. When we affirmed to her what our date was, she had a long-standing commitment and was scheduled to be out of town for months in advance. So I want to note that for the record. Instead, we were joined today by 2 captains, my Captain Smith from the 14th and a Captain Gillespie. If you were on, he was here. He had to leave. Why? Crisis response to a shooting. Okay, so he was on and he had to leave. We heard the call coming over on his radio live during this hearing. In addition to that, we have Inspector Healy, and Inspector Healy, we want you to know it's not lost on us the sacrifice that you're making right now to be here with us, considering personally what you're dealing with. So we want to say thank you. This is what we are formally asking. We are going to recess this hearing when we adjourn. In the meantime, there is some important information we are very specifically asking of our Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw and her team. The first is, 1, work with the Commerce Department to get the specific regional numbers of quarters and where they are and how many officers it takes to ensure that the bike patrol, the beat officers, and those officers who patrol neighborhoods and quarters, how many does it take and how much does it cost? Why are we asking very specifically for this information, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson? Because we intend to do exactly what you just described. Once we get that information, I will be in this body responding along with my colleagues from a financial, a fiscal perspective to whatever the number is that is attributed to what Philadelphia needs to do to have a real community policing program, getting up and running on the ground and not taking someone away from investigating a homicide or doing any other work in any other department, but putting them back where they were so that we can, one, make our neighborhoods and commercial quarters ultimately more safe, but we can really begin to do that community policing that builds trust in the community between our police department and our community. Sherelle, what do you mean? We won't get rid of the Derek Chauvin image for police officers that's interfering with recruitment unless people can see something different. Well, I can't see anything different if all I see are police officers responding to crisis. I don't even get a chance to see them interacting with my community so that we can begin building trust. Makes good common sense, and if we heard from the people who've been here today, that's exactly what they said. With that being said, I'm going to ask you now, Mr. Robert Listenby from the District Attorney's Office, to please begin your testimony. State your name for the record.
My name is Robert Listenby. I'm First Assistant District Attorney on behalf of DA Larry Krasman. Madam Chairperson, I'd just like to talk briefly. It's my understanding that we were going to be given permission to talk about one of the most pressing issues facing the District Attorney's Office. That is the urgent need for cost of living and salary increases for our staff. However, in listening to the commentary by the captain from your district, Captain Nick Smith, and also from Mr. Gillespie and others, it seems that there are issues that we need to address that I'm not really prepared to address at this moment. If I can get a better understanding of what those issues are, I will make sure that we have the appropriate people here before you to address those issues. We too support having a robust commercial corridors throughout the city. We too support the idea of engaging the community and making sure that we are present, doing the things that are going to enhance the commercial corridors. We too support proper prosecution of cases that come out of commercial corridors. We too support having our nuisance task force and others present and engaging what's happening in these communities. We too support our efforts to have our community engagement unit there working with One Stop, trying to make sure that people who get out of custody have jobs. We too support having our people know exactly what's going on so that we can address these issues going on. I know that there are probably 3 or 4 other staff people that are supervisors or assistant supervisors of various units within a district attorney's office that I need to have before you to address these issues. If you are going to have a follow-up hearing, I will make sure that those people are here to actually answer specific questions that were raised today that we are in a better position to answer, because we've been prosecuting a lot of the cases that have come out of the problems involved with different kinds of serious crime in these commercial corridors. We want them to thrive. We also want people who are shooters across the community to know that they will be held accountable if they engage in violence in these areas. We also want the drivers of gun violence to know that they're going to face the appropriate consequences. If they are arrested by the police officers, we will prosecute them, and we will prosecute them vigorously. Those things said, I do want to today, with your permission, address the problem that we're facing in the district attorney's office. And that is a problem of having appropriate funding, again, for cost of living and also salary increases. I want everybody to know from the community that the district attorney's office has been engaged, and many of our staff have been working throughout the pandemic. Myself, the district attorney, and several key leaders have been here every single day throughout the pandemic. We've had our juvenile unit, people in our juvenile staff, available and prosecuting cases every single day that the courts were open, and the courts have been open throughout the pandemic for the juvenile unit. When the courts opened on a common pleas area, doing preliminary hearings, common pleas and misdemeanor court in September of 2020, we began to have our gun violence task force and also our homicide non-fatal shootings people present. And they have been prosecuting and doing preliminary hearings there before homicide non-fatal shootings. homicides and non-fatal shootings since September of 2020. They've been having more than 90% of the cases held for court, and they're doing an excellent job. We also have had people who have been working in our major trials and our family violence sex assault units, also diligently doing their jobs during this pandemic. The problem we have and the challenge we face is that many of them are young prosecutors. They have found it challenging both to be in court and face the dangers of catching the virus like everybody else in the city. But what we were promised 3 years ago when we started here, the district attorney did several things. First, he went through and looked at what was happening with pay. He decided to adopt a principle of pay equity. Men and women and people from different racial and ethnic backgrounds should be paid equally for the same jobs, and historical pay inequities should be addressed immediately. And the DA did that. Second, he told the entire staff that all staff would be provided annual cost of living. This is based upon conversations that he had with city government. Third, he informed all staff that they would be provided annual pay increases within a modest range. These were not gigantic pay increases, just a regular pay increase. And why did he do that? Because we have a lot of people who want to start families. We have a lot of people who want to buy homes in communities throughout the city. And we wanted to give them a reasonable expectation of what they can do and how they were going to be able to finance their homes and their families. We attracted people from across the country. And what was really fascinating to me, and I went with the DA to universities and law schools across the country, we attracted back to Philadelphia a lot of Philadelphians who were in law schools in other places outside of Philadelphia. They came back to the city. And we saw dramatic increases in racial and ethnic diversity amongst our staff. We also attracted staff who passed up very, very lucrative job opportunities, making a lot more money than they could make as prosecutors. But these people were committed to social justice. These people were committed to ending mass incarceration. These people were committed to ending unfairness in the criminal justice system. Our staff has been on the front line since the beginning of that pandemic in March 2020. My ask of the city council today is really very specific. We would like to be asking that there be no 3% reduction in our budget. No 3% reduction. That reduction is approximately $1.2 million. We're also asking for an increase of $4.77 million to pay for basically the cost of living increases and these modest salary increases. We have we have retention problems like the police department has. And we're trying to figure out how to do it. We recognize that pay is not the only way, but it is an important factor. And we're asking this kind of support specifically today. But once again, I want to say, I've listened to much of the testimony today, and the district attorney's office is prepared to have its people who are experts in these various fields present for whatever hearing that you have, Madam Chairperson rather, and we will be here to do whatever you would like us to do in terms of answering some of these questions. We want viable, we want profitable corridors where people can do business and we can keep all of our businesses open. As I drive around the city, I see one business closed after another. I know we need to do more in order to have them available. So those are the comments I have, Madam Chairperson. Anything I can do or any questions you want me to ask, I will be ready to follow up on at your direction.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Listenby, for your response. For the benefit of the viewing public, let me just get a few things on the record. The focus of this hearing today was about public safety and its impact on the economic viability of commercial corridors throughout the city of Philadelphia. Just like our police commissioner, Danielle Outlaw, had a long-standing commitment that prevented her from being here today as it relates to scheduling, so did our district attorney, Larry Krasner. I just want to be clear. When he and I spoke, it was actually last week. He knew what the subject was for this hearing. Just like Commissioner Outlaw, I knew he too had a long-standing event that would prevent him from coming. But I did say to him, Mr. District Attorney, it would be great if you could have members of your team to testify. And he committed to me that he would do so. In addition to that, he did communicate during that time the challenge that he was having as it related to staff increases, along along with his efforts to retain ADAs. And I've always credited him about the plan as it related to diversity and inclusion, and him making the district attorney's office look like the people in the city of Philadelphia. And so we talked about that. But I do want to be 1,001% clear that the focus of this hearing, public safety and its impact on the economic viability of neighborhood commercial corridors, was clearly communicated to each and every entity we invited to speak with. So I needed to state that for the record. That means for the police department, for the district attorney's office, along with any city departments that are here, everyone had a copy of the resolution. It was communicated to everyone what the topic was today. Just needed to state that for the record. And thank you so very much for your testimony. It will be noted in the record. With that being said, I want to go back because I know people saw things a little different today, because we were intentional about making sure that we heard from the people on the ground. Some would say those who are closest to the pain. Some would say, those who are experiencing what many people want to, write a philosophy paper, about. We were very intentional about making sure that those were the people who, who were front and center during this hearing. With that being said, I see Salim Wilson and Michelle Rapp from the Commerce Department here. And these are two representatives in the Commerce Department who serve as what you heard Karen Fegley refer to as business services managers. Salim and Michelle, in that order, let me ask you, were you surprised by any of the comments and cries for community policing that you heard today from those who are business owners, they organize business owners, or they're active in some way, shape, or form that connects them to our commercial corridors? Were you surprised at all by the testimony you heard today? And I'll just ask each of you to state your name and title for the record and then proceed with your response.
My name is Salim Wilson, Office of Business Services, Department of Commerce. I'm the business service manager for the Upper Northwest and the part of Northeast. No, not a surprise at all. There have been plenty of occasions where, we would be doing outreach and out with our businesses, and they did question about, the police presence on the corridor, and actually talking about the actual sign in where the police officers would come into the store and actually sign in, and be a presence and a deterrent on the corridors, to ensure that the customers coming on the corridors are safe. So no, not at all. We've heard this for the few years that I've been here, that public safety have been an issue.
Councilwoman, you're on mute.
You were on mute, Michelle. State your name for the record and proceed with your response.
Okay, I apologize. My name is Michelle Price. I'm with the Department of Commerce. I am a business services manager for the lower Northeast up into the Northeast. And I live in the community I serve. And Councilwoman Parker, no, I'm not surprised at all. We hear about this every day. When we're out talking to the business owners, there is always something going on the corridors, and they're afraid they're losing customers. So this is something that is not new to us. It has been heightened in the last year. It seems as if it's worse. We're hearing about it more, but it's something we hear every day. So it's no surprise at all.
Thank you so much for that response. And with the Commerce Department, I also want to note that we also heard loud and clear that while our work to, invest in storefront improvement, to invest in cameras, everything that we've done, they very diplomatically, and you have to give them that. The business associations, the business owners, they all say, yeah, thanks, Commerce Department and City, for what you've done. But in essence, what you've done is nice, but it's definitely not enough. And we want you to know from a departmental perspective that we have that on the record. Let me now ask my colleague, Councilmember O. Councilmember O, you have any questions?
He had to leave, Councilwoman.
Okay, let me just make sure there was not something else that we were supposed to just bear with me. We already noted for the record.
Michelle Price is raising her hand, I see.
Okay, Michelle, I'm sorry. Come off of mute, state your name for the record, and proceed with your comment.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Parker. If I can add to my testimony, I have witnessed crime as I'm out on the corridor. I was out doing outreach, and some guys threatened an organization I was with. I was out with OCCCDA, and they threatened the man I was out with. And so it's firsthand. We see it as we're out. So the crime, and it was about 2:00 in the afternoon.
Well, for those people who are trying to figure out what organization Michelle just referenced, she's talking about the Oxford Circle Christian Community Development Corporation. Did I say that correctly, Michelle?
Yes, you did.
Okay, all right. So thank you so much for getting that on the record for us. I also want to note for the record, if you heard any of our previous panels, that I would not allow in any way, shape, or form anyone to hijack the messaging of this hearing today. That this hearing is about community policing, and that we don't believe that we need to sacrifice public safety because of a few bad actors, and that the calls that we heard today that came from those closest to our commercial corridors and our small businesses in our neighborhoods, their calls for funding for community policing does not mean that they want to support bad cops. We said on the record, there is no place for bad cops. But at the same time, we need safe streets. And having community policing where officers on bike patrol, walking the beat, driving around, building relationships when it's not a crisis and or shooting that they're responding to, that is the primary way that we can build trust in our communities amongst the police department and our communities, but that we should in no way, shape, or form let anyone shame or guilt us. If you live in a community, or if you are a part of those who testify and you own a business in a community, allow anyone to guilt you or shame you into noting that you want to see the presence of law enforcement, the police department in our community. We just want to make sure that's clear. With that being said, I don't see any other questions or concerns in the chat from my colleagues. I will ask the DA's office before you leave, can you tell us, if you will, about nuisance, not just establishment, but I would call activity. I'm thinking about a block where Captain Smith and I, from the 14th, we walked 1400 block of Vernon Road. We've been on Temple Road and Philolina. We get the call from Miss Johnson and Mr. Brown saying, I can't sit on the steps. I can't walk to the store. I won't let my grandkids out. You know, I'm raising them. You know, because the folks, the young people, and it's not always young people, let me just be clear, sort of intergenerational, who have in essence co-opted a corner, right? And Captain Smith and I, we go in advance, right? Jeans and sneakers, you know, saying, listen, I'm Sherelle Parker, I'm your council person, I live right down the street from here. Listen, I don't know what it is that we can do for you, but if you need access to education, workforce development training, assistance with getting any identification, connecting you to employment. And I've been in the rain with the district attorney's office promoting your jobs program. So we've done that across the board, and we say to them, tell us how we can help connect you to those valuable services. And they say, oh no, because they know me by now, right? No, Miss Parker, we're good. We good, Miss Parker. We are. And I say, well, can you do me a favor, please? Yes, we decriminalized marijuana in the city of Philadelphia, but the loud that you're smoking, right here, Miss Johnson and Mr. Brown, they're on oxygen. They can't even come outside and sit on the steps because they see so many of you. They're fearing. The noise is loud. The car music is loud. They smell the loud, and then they don't know what other narcotics are out here. People they know who might have an opioid addiction, they know they come right here to buy their pills. What kind of response do we give to them if you have the officers who are on patrol in the neighborhood and they say, listen, we can go, and we may ask them to move along. We ask them to be more respectful. What can be done with the police department and the district attorney's office working in conjunction with each other to say, listen, this is just not going to happen. Whereas the imam said earlier, Imam Muhammad, that forces people to live in their houses like they're hostage. From a prosecutorial perspective, but also a police department perspective. What's your response? How would you deal with those young men and women who are on that corner?
Madam Chairperson, from a strict prosecutorial point of view, there is no easy. If the police arrest them, we'll prosecute them. If they don't arrest them, then we have to talk about finding a way to impact them. Mentoring programs are one of the best methods of reaching out to them and talking to them. And sometimes they want to be involved, sometimes they don't. Other kinds of things you've already talked about, education, workforce, and employment. If they're not interested in those things, if they are causing a nuisance that really extends to, interacting with somebody or threatening somebody, then you can have, we can have some kind of activity where the police might have a basis for doing that. Otherwise, we go back to having one stop, which you've already participated in with G. Lamar Stewart, who's director of our community engagement program, or we get involved with other kinds of programs like One Stop, where we're offering them all we can offer them. But eventually they have to make some decisions about what they're going to do. And it's tough to get young people to make decisions when they're out there and feel like they're empowered to do what they want to do.
And if I could add to that, all of that is absolutely true. But also, we're trying to start what is called a restorative justice program. We have begun to do it with young people in the juvenile area. We're starting that program now. And we also have been working with it with it's kind of similar cases around the protest cases that came out this last summer, where there were issues that were kind of on a similar kind of fashion. And so if the police do arrest, we could be able to, as we eventually try to expand this program, try to develop ways in which the community and those individuals who are doing these kinds of things are communicating and coming together with an agreement about how to go forward with dealing with the community and its concerns, and also a better justice for everyone. And so we're really excited about that program, and we hope that it's going to expand a great deal in the near future.
Thank you. I now want to recognize my colleague, Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson, for a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Majority Leader. And I just wanted to quickly thank the Commerce Department and the other departments that are represented here today. They were out with us, Madam Majority Leader, in the community when we went specifically to the 5th Council District for the drug paraphernalia bill enforcement. And I wanted to note for the record that one thing that did come out of that particular enforcement action was an unfortunate incident, just as you described, with some of the individuals on one particular corner who were not very happy that we had to close down that store that was sort of a parallel business and a feeder business into their illicit activity. And so what we had to do was stay there after sundown to diffuse the community conflict that had erupted and some of the challenges that some of the community leaders face as a result of the closure of the store. but we were able to bring back resources directly to that community. And we had workforce development and job training. We had some of our unions out there. We had Urban League of Philadelphia out there. We had the Housing Authority out there. And we just set up tents right on that corner and brought resources back to those young people. So I do agree that we have to help with giving young people and others in community resources, but we all must understand the issue relative to this particular hearing, Madam Majority Leader. And I just want to go back in my notes that this resolution is a joint committee hearing relative to us examining the relationship between public safety and the economic vitality of our neighborhood commercial corridors, and our ability to explore any and all ways for broad-based, neighborhood-focused, intergovernmental public safety initiatives that may have worked in the city in the past and are working in other places. Because I'll tell you this, and I've been out on the ground all summer long, Madam Majority Leader, across the city of Philadelphia. Our communities are besieged by these stores selling drug paraphernalia on our commercial corridors. And we really have to come up with a plan to deal with it, because there have just been, secondary incidents that are occurring in these communities and impact our public safety. So I just wanted to drill down on that and say thank you to those departments, recognizing that we do need to help communities, but we also have to deal with a number of the issues that were talked about today. But I specifically care about the drug paraphernalia stores. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson. And again, you've been, laser focused. In particular, I remember when you first got on the issue, we were actually in person, and it had been incurring on commercial corridors in your area. And then you started moving about like, hey, this is just not here in my neighborhood, but it's across the city. So we want to thank you for paying attention to it. And I don't know if you were here to hear the testimony of one member of our panel. I think it was Ray, from the owner of the Sunshine Market. He said something that I hadn't heard, that he doesn't know what's happening in New York, but he says as he's talking to some of these owners, he's noticed that it's been an influx in terms of the ownership of these businesses and people who owned them in New York, and something happened and now they're here. So this was the first time I heard that. So we definitely want to make sure that they keep that in mind. But thank you for staying on this issue. We're going to close this panel with Erica Atwood. Erica, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Erica. And Erica, when you respond to the question for the record, just please state your name and your role again. We're going to close this panel with where we started, in that, I'm unapologetic about not allowing anyone to try to hijack the narrative of this hearing today and us dealing with this very complex issue, but unapologetic about saying we need the police department, police officers in our neighborhoods, in and around our commercial quarters, doing what we used to do when we saw that it worked. Bike patrol, walking the beat, driving through, but in our communities consistently, and not as a response to a crisis. Laying that foundation, I also went through, and I won't do it again, a list of all of the actions that the City Council of Philadelphia has taken on this issue of police reform. In addition, we mentioned that State Representative Donna Bullock and our leadership in the Senate, I know Vincent Hughes, Tony Williams, Art Haywood, along with Joanna McClinton, Jordan Harris, Jason Dawkins, our Philadelphia delegation leader. Over on the House side, they've all been working on criminal justice reforms, but reforms specifically to Act 111. They've been on it, nonstop. With that being said, what they're doing, what we've done here in council, somebody's watching this and they're going to say, well, see, here the city of Philadelphia goes again. They're talking about putting police in the neighborhood on commercial corridors, and they're not talking about investing in grassroots organizations. They're not talking about dealing with trauma, dealing with people who've been suffering with mental health challenges. They're not talking about making an investment in people. What they're talking about is locking people up. Can you please provide us with a summary of what we have been doing, the dollars we've gotten out the door, and where we are right now as it relates to the $155 million that this city council, along with this administration, worked on during our 2022 fiscal budget?
Thank you for this opportunity, Councilmember Parker. My name again is Erica Atwood. I serve as Senior Director for the Office of Policy and Strategic Initiatives for Criminal Justice and Public Safety. In my purview, we have 2 granting programs that go directly to community organizations. One is a Targeted Community Investment Grant, which is a grantee program that the awards range from $1,500 to $50,000. We just announced our 4th cohort for that, and we have put a couple $1 million kind of directly into community, to grassroots, community-led, community-based organizations that are working in tandem, that are asset-based, that are working to keep our children and our young people safe, that are working to train and employ those who are at the highest risk of gun violence. We are currently in partnership with you and other leaders of council in the process of putting out our community expansion grants, which are grants that are range from $100,000 to $1 million, again, to mid-sized, community-based, community-led organizations, and unapologetically, as well, I will say we are really focusing our efforts on ensuring that those who are closest to the problem are the solutions, and we are helping to resource those solutions in our communities and not be the saviors of communities. We are making it a point that it is really important that we put the money where we know the people are. That is where I stand unapologetically in this group. We have called out equity. We have called out anti-racist policies. We have called out diversity in leadership in our processes with our granting programs. We will continue to do said things. We will continue to invest. And this is not just, this is my job, but it's also kind of hard work for me. Those of you who have known me for years know that I have worked from day one as a part of the Targeted Community Investment Grant Program. I've done this program in other cities. We are going to make it work here. We have to think about how we invest in our communities differently. To Reverend Holston's point earlier, gun violence is a symptom. It's a symptom of generational divestment in Black communities, in particular in Philadelphia, that we have and we are historically, we have seen that history, that bad history, come to fruit right now in how we are being traumatized by the layers of oppression and poverty and lack of access and resources in our neighborhoods. As long as I hold this position or whatever else I do, I will continue to do this work. Outside of this position and this goal, you had on somebody who I hold very special, near and dear earlier, Janine Sproul from Little Filmmakers. She was a part of a cohort with me prior to me coming back to the city, working with the William Penn Foundation and pouring into Black-led, Black-serving organizations across the city that are doing good work. We will continue to do this work. We will be unapologetic about this work, using your word, council member, and I look forward to continued partnership with you in this work.
Erica, along those lines, and I want you to say what you can. You don't have to say anything that you can't say, but one, I want you to tell people, how can they get to you? Somebody's watching saying, well, I've been doing this work, but I'm not connected to anybody. I don't know my council person, my state rep, my committee. I don't do all of that. All I do is what I know how to do, and that's mentor young people or work. How can they get to you to be considered for these grant programs that you just noted for the record?
So what I will say, the easiest way to do it, and I will not lie, emails are like ants and with me. And so send an email to cjps@phila.gov or follow us on social media. That is where we're putting, this is new for us and this is new for our entire cluster. When I moved into this position of November last year, one of the first things that we got to stand up was our social media presence. If you are under the age of 40, if you are between the ages of 18 and 40, we meet in person outside every second Saturday, where we network build with our next generation task force. If you are doing this work in community, if you are part of the generation, this younger generation, know that you have a place I will feed you. I will mentor you. My team will mentor you. We will make sure you get the supports that you need. We will be in the 16th Police District. If you check out Philly Alive 215, you will find out where we are. If you are an established organization, if you are an elder leader, if you are Gen X or older, like the council member and I, then email me, and we will connect you to opportunities to, one, build your capacity as a community organization, give you guidance on where to apply for not only city resources, but state resources and private industry resources. We are developing a system with the support of a new hire on my team of a grants manager, to be able to better strategize how we invest and how we capitalize on investments in this work across the region and across the country.
Finally, Erica, and again, share what you can. Somebody's watching saying, wait a minute, I heard you when you mentioned these targeted community grants. I heard you just say that you're on your 4th cohort. Well, I want to know who the others were, or I want to get connected in something in my neighborhood. Are you now, Erica, working on, and you and your department in the NDO's office, working on a way that all of Philadelphia, no matter who you are, where you live, that you can get access to many of these organizations, or all of them that we've funded, but that if you want to connect with them, you can. Can you give us just a snapshot of what you're working on?
Sure. 3 points. One, our targeted community investment grants can be found online. If you email us, we'll make sure we'll send you a list. Two, I've tasked my team that we are internally, we're building an asset list that is place-based, that is mapped. If you are looking for information, we can get that to you, what's in your neighborhood. That then will turn into something that is public-facing. The city is about to put out an RFP for a hotline. There's a component to that violence prevention hotline that is online, that will be available to folks, so you'll be able to see how you can engage based on where you work, live, or play, and the assets that exist in various neighborhoods.
Thank you so very much, Erica, for testifying. Reverend Holston, Bob, and I don't want to screw it up. Bob, don't kill me. I'm terrible with names. If anybody ever tells you that about me, they didn't tell a story. Terrible. Listen, B. Did I say it right, Bob?
Yes, you did. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so very much for being here, too. Karen Fegley, Celine Wilson, Michelle, Erica Atwood, Fran Healy. Prayers and thoughts with you, Fran. Thank you so much. Captain Gillespie, whatever you had to go to, we hope you're all right. And my Captain Smith from the 14th, thank you. Thank you all so very much for your testimony. I don't see any comments, further comments and or questions from my colleagues. I just do want to note that Reverend Holston did put in the chat that the nuisance attorney in the district attorney's office, Mike Lee, who, if you don't know him, he's been a leader in this area of criminal justice reform. Now, everybody I talk to is associated with criminal justice reform in some way, shape, or form. Mike Lee was doing it as a one-man show before it became, popular. And he had a crisis within his family, and our prayers go out to Mike as well. Please let him know that. We want to thank each and every one of you for testifying. I also need to note for the record that written testimony has been submitted to this committee by Narasima Shenoy. I think I know him as Nick Shenoy. Nick is president and CEO of the Asian American Chamber of Commerce of Greater Philadelphia. Also, Regina Hairston, president and CEO of the African American Chamber of Commerce. She submitted testimony in writing. Also want to note that Will Carter, who is the vice president of local government affairs for the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Philadelphia, he was here. We thought he could get on, but the way we were moving, it wasn't working from a scheduling perspective, and we want to ask Will to please feel free to submit the Chamber's testimony in writing. With that being said, we will now turn to our public commenter. Rachel, can you call the name of the first person scheduled to give comments under public comment?
Yes, I believe we only have one public commenter unless someone else has joined, and that is Walter Sue.
Walter Sue, wow. Public health. If you know your Philadelphia public health history, you know Walter. Sue, Walter, good to see you. Please state your name for the record. Proceed with your testimony. And if you can, just give Philadelphians a little refresher about who you are.
Well, Councilwoman Parker, thank you so much for that kind comment. And to other members of City Council for putting together this resolution on economic development and public safety. So my name is Dr. Walter Sue, and I'm the former Public Health Commissioner for Philadelphia. And I'm going to take a different tack, perhaps maybe it's out of order, but I want to begin by suggesting that putting more cops on the street corners and asking store owners to stay open late at night offers no guarantee of success. In fact, whatever we are doing now is not working. Let me suggest that we start thinking outside of the box. We need a new public health approach to gun violence in this city, and it begins with a simple principle that if kids are raised in a safe and supportive environment, they are far less likely to use a gun to settle disputes. In the 1960s, during the Great Society under the Johnson administration, there were teams of public health nurses geographically assigned to neighborhoods in North Philadelphia who did well baby checks on every newborn in those neighborhoods. Even today at Health Center number 5, you can see the lockers where the public health nurses changed into their uniforms. The public health nurses were quite visible with their nursing caps, and they became trusted members of the community. They were widely recognized as health professionals working directly with families with newborn babies. Drug dealers in the neighborhood, even ever wary of the police officers, would invite in the public health nurses to their crack houses when someone was sick. This type of neighborhood trust was unfortunately stopped when the Great Society money dried up. It's time to bring back public health nursing and community health workers in the most at-risk communities in our city as a vehicle for economic development. Within our city, we have several nonprofits like the Nurse Family Partnership, the Maternity Care Coalition, PCCY, PHNC, our own city's public health nurses, and a variety of healthcare agencies. The public health nurses could also do home safety checks, looking for smoke detectors, frayed wiring under rugs or tripping hazards, making sure there are safety gates for newborn children, ensuring kids get vaccinated, safe storage of guns, and testing of lead on windowsills, which we know not only causes learning disabilities, but also children who exhibit violent behavior. If we were to do this public health nurse outreach in targeted high violent communities, assuring that every newborn child was assessed for weight and growth, educated about proper nutrition, breastfeeding, immunizations, screened for early development, and had appointments with their pediatricians, it would be the beginning of an important trust relationship in the community. And even more important, the nurses or community health workers can observe the parent-child interactions, making sure that each child is not abused, nurtured, and growing up in a safe and supportive environment. If we did this during the nonverbal stages of an infant's life from 0 to 3 years of age, when the brain development is most rapid, we would ensure a huge step in making sure that each child is cared for, wanted, and ready for school. And if we later enroll these children to early Head Start programs or pre-K, and then kindergarten and schools, we would ensure that every Philadelphia child has a village watching over them and that they grow up in such a safe and supportive environment. Community trust is earned by caring people, and no profession is more trusted than nurses. Not police, not firefighters, nurses. If you want to end gun violence in this city, you need to start from the very beginning, recognizing that we may not see results for the first 10 to 15 years. But that is why government's role is essential, and they must exercise the discipline and patience to do what is right for our children. Public health and community policing are complementary. Let me be clear, we need both, carrot and stick, but mostly carrot. In the long run, it will pay off with far greater results than only hiring more police or having high-intensity lights. Thank you for your attention and a different way of thinking about economic development and public safety. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Sue, thank you so very much for your testimony. You know your words will never fall on deaf ears, in this city, particularly with this council, because we asked for in the resolution any and all strategies. We wanted this to be solution driven and sort of not just experts at the problem, but providing prospective solutions. So we thank you so very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions and or comments in the chat from my colleagues. So, and that will conclude our final panel. I do have to ask, is there anyone else here to testify on the resolution whose name has not yet been called? Anyone? Hearing none. I want to note that there being no one else here to testify on this resolution, this concludes the business of the Joint Committee on Law and Government and Commerce and Economic Development today. I want to thank my fellow chair, Chairman Squilla of our Commerce and Economic Development Committee, for being here with us today. This public hearing on resolution number 210693 is recessed to the call of the chair. We will get all of the information from the participants that we asked for from the police department in particular, and very specifically put that information on the record when it is provided to us. I know it's been a long time coming. Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson, you stayed with us from the beginning to the end, and this has been a whole day. And I want to thank you and all of our colleagues who were here, but they also had other commitments throughout the city to address. I think this was time well spent, and we appreciate each of you. Thank you all, Philadelphia, so very, very much. We're going to get through this together. Have a good day.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.